Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Whoa, I'm so tall. Hi. Hello. Taldio, how's it going? Kuno no Oni, how's it going? ATM Machine, how's it going? Folks, listen to me. Shh, listen. Hello. Tonight we got a great stream. We are going to be playing our 10th Infocom text adventure game. I'm doing fantastic. I finished cutting my podcast that hits out tomorrow. It took me 5 hours to do. It was a over 2 hour long podcast, so it's a long one. It's a really long one. But I spent 5 hours today doing it, and my kids, my wife worked today. My kids, fantastic children. They played together. They did activities. Hi, Nick.
Hi, John. There was a bit of a hold up in the restroom area.
As usual.
Yeah, the joys of only having one bathroom.
My good friend Nick is with me as always. Hi, Nick. Hold on. We're gonna put you up. 1 second.
We're gonna put me on for as long as the internet will allow. We'll permit.
Oh, we can't even see you.
What do you mean?
Oh, there you are. You just popped up magically. Yeah, my kids were spectacularly behaved today, and I didn't have to do any parenting. They played well together, no quarrels, and I'd get them snacks, just chill. I got work on the podcast, get it all done. Oh, it was amazing. Lots of productive stuff. Added some new animated GIFs to the channel, which are fantastic for people who subscribe.
I would like to GIF.
You want a GIF? I got animated GIFs now, baby. I had just had Tingle dancing, and now I've got a confused Psyduck, a freaking out Toad, the DOS prompt, flashing DOS prompt.
Ooh, that's pretty hot.
Oh, there you go. Now you're
that's
back.
The stuff. Hey, ATM Machine, how are you doing?
Nick has an awesome beard. Indeed, he does. Kuno no Oni. He's got lustrous locks, incomparable to me. Like,
Good try. It's actually really great because I teach 9th grade biology. So the first thing that happens when the students meet me, if they're leaving middle school, they meet me and they see this big bearded guy and they're like, hey, Mr. Cullen, how can I grow a beard like that? And I look at them and I'm like,
I can't hear a word you said. I didn't hear a word you said.
Wait, really?
I didn't hear it. No.
Why?
I don't know.
I said you probably won't.
Oh, without the beard, you probably look like you should be in 9th grade biology.
That is true.
Oh.
That is why I have it. You're not wrong. He is correct.
Okay, there we go.
I shaved a little. Let's be honest, John.
Yes.
Have you ever seen me clean shaven in the 10 years that you've known me?
I've seen a picture of you clean shaven.
Yes, but have you ever, in person, seen me without any sort of a beard?
I feel like once
Maybe.
you did. Maybe when we first met each other.
Yeah.
Way back
I will
in the day.
say that you also knew me back when the beard was less
Yes.
full.
This is true. This is also true. You were still a
it
young
was less
suckling
consistent.
babe.
Yeah.
All right. So tonight, Nick, what are we playing tonight? Do you remember?
We are playing Infidel.
This is going to be the one that's
It's
going to...
an Infocom. I'm not going to call it a classic. I refuse to acknowledge that.
I haven't said this either in my things. I've not said it as an Infocom classic.
Yep.
But no,
But it is going to be an interesting game, especially given that, my introduction to archaeology was through media set in that part of the world. Indiana Jones. I'm a very basic biatch when it comes to that sort of thing. My origin story is the same as a whole other host of archaeologists. No.
well,
I'm excited to see a precursor to even Indiana Jones. Actually, I don't know.
no,
It might
Indiana
not.
Jones came out before this. Absolutely.
Oh well, then this is just the backwash.
Well,
of
Nick,
Steven Spielberg's dream.
before we get into the manual, which is a must-read, we have a haiku that is requested about your beard. So I'm going to get this going. Are you ready, Nick?
Sure.
All right. It's time for a haiku. So thick and vibrant, a coarse field of curly brown. Stroke it and adore. This has been a haiku. Hi, Nick. No one could hear you there. Hi, I'm back.
What happened?
That was a beautiful haiku. No one could hear you. I had it muted.
Good. I was horrified because all of a sudden I heard it on my phone because I forgot about delay.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. I feel like I'm typically pretty okay with that, but I legit, like, my brain went, nope, John said it, they heard it, that's what happened.
Nope.
But yeah, no, I was saying that I should get a tattoo of it, like, under, like, somewhere here in my neck where no one can see it.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be there.
That,
where I'll know.
Where you'll know.
Where I'll know.
I gotta enter
actually,
this haiku in. 1 second.
Yeah.
There.
Slow clap. I mean, he is he is a haiku master.
Yes.
Especially the impromptu haiku. I don't know, like, to like the literal people who do that in the field of haiku. I don't know how often haikus are actually made anymore.
Like, oh, they're very much so.
It's a vibrant.
There's like Ghost of Tsushima just is all about the haiku, even though it's not a true haiku. They did haiku master
that I don't know.
Was haiku master was consulted to analyze the haikus in the game Ghost of Tsushima, and he deemed them unworthy.
He deemed them unworthy.
Beautiful, but not haikus. Neither are mine. Neither are mine, though, to be fair.
On what basis?
Haikus are typically, they don't have to be the 575 structure, and they absolutely are the core concept of what a haiku is, a more literal observation. It's not about action. It's not about a deep spiritual meaning. Mm-hmm. It is more an observation of the world.
Yeah. I think I don't know how this is in the Eastern Hemisphere, but I feel like in the West, poetry especially is undervalued.
Yes.
Not to say that it's bad, but to say that if you're a poet, you're having a rough time.
Yeah.
Like, you better write some other stuff. Like, you have some people.
I don't know, Nick.
Poetry as a genre is undervalued by our society.
How much of the poetry world are you in right now?
Oh, I'm knee deep.
Really?
Mm-hmm. As I teach high school biology. Yes.
Let's talk about this for a second. Like, we talk about our experiences in text adventures. Oh man, no, my camera's too high.
Which is also an undervalued.
But we have now gone kind of knee deep in text adventures, and we have found that it is undervalued dramatically.
Yeah.
We are in poetry world, so how do we know? Who are we to say that or make that call? What if poetry's a thriving business?
John, I've been in bookstores. I've been in them. Poetry section ain't big. It ain't big. Science fiction, fantasy, huge.
Yep.
The poetry section ain't big.
ATM Machine says, that makes sense. A lot of classical haikus I've read are expressions of emotions or philosophical ideas based on natural word or observation. Exactly. It is not so blatant as running my hands through your, lustrous hair.
So you're saying you're a little too prima facie? You're too on the nose?
Too on the nose. But fun nonetheless. All right, Nick. Let's get into the manual. You're gonna disappear, but your voice will still be heard, okay? We got to read the manual now before we get into Infocom here. So this was made in, I believe, 80.
I can look. I have.
Look it up for me. Yeah, look it up for me, please.
I have the first screen on, so it's 83. 1983 was a freakishly productive year for Infocom.
Yeah, Zorik 3.
Do you recall
Wait,
what?
Is it for real?
1983?
Is it for real? 1983?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the copyright. Infidel, copyright 1983. Yeah.
Whoa.
Do you remember what 3 things were produced in 1983, John?
Suspended, The Witness, Planetfall, and Enchanter.
No, that's not the 3 things I was thinking of.
Me!
You were made in 1983?
I was made in 1983.
Yeah, I always assumed you were in 84, but I guess you're also in... Because we're almost exactly a decade apart. But
yeah.
Anyway. No, not you. That's not who I was thinking of.
Indiana Jones?
3 books, John. 3 books.
The Zorik What Do I Do Now adventures.
Yes. The 3 that we have reviewed so far.
Yes, the 3 of the 4. We may never read the 4.
We have to. Like, I own it, and my brain will hurt if we don't.
ATM machine.
Like, I'm already itchy.
Asks if we have the copy protection handy. We will need it. Yes, we do. All right. So, the preface to the story. You like to think of yourself as a bold adventurer, a bold and adventurous soldier of fortune, daring to brave the perils of the Egyptian desert. What's up?
When is this set?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
Brave the perils of the Egyptian desert in search of a great lost pyramid. In fact, you're a small-time explorer, and you've just been marooned by your crew. Thoughts of getting lost, starving to death, or dying of thirst crossed your mind, but you're sustained by the faint hope that you can somehow find the pyramid in this smoldering heat. You're all alone. Perhaps the sun has affected your thinking. Do you really expect to find a lost pyramid in this vast, endless desert, much less survive? Even if you do find it, can you get inside? Hardest of all, are you capable of matching wits with the ancient Egyptians? Still, you're driven onward against desperate odds. Undreamed of riches and treasures beyond imagination await you, and your pride and dignity, your reputation and self-esteem are at stake, for you are branded Infidel.
So one of the things I find interesting here is that we have an intentionally hidden pyramid.
Yes.
That makes no frickin' sense.
It might not be hidden, it's just not discovered because it's in, like, the desert.
But think about this, John.
Yes, Nick.
Why do you build a pyramid, John?
To bury the dead.
Not just to bury the dead, John.
To make an
example. People have
example.
been burying the dead in less ostentatious ways for generations.
To show off.
To show off.
Look,
so,
Nick.
like, do you know what doesn't go missing very often?
Yes. Pyramids.
Big piles of stone.
Well, Nick, Michael Berlin is a writer whose books include The Integrated Man and Crystal Phoenix from Bantam Books. He's the author of Suspended, which we played, Infidel, and Cutthroats, all from Infocom. All right, we have...
So, like, I'm not going to claim that large architectural features haven't been lost to time, because obviously that has been. But often when they are lost...
You're making some bold assumptions, Nick. You're making some bold assumptions about what's actually happening. We haven't played the game yet. How do you know?
About the game?
Yeah.
I'm basing it off of this. I just need commentary, because if too much of your voice is there and not enough of mine, then there isn't balance.
This is what I like, Nick. I need more of you in my life.
I need more of you, John.
Aww,
I love you, buddy.
I love you too.
Stop getting sappy and read.
All right, we got our plane ticket, our boarding pass from Air Element here. We got a non-smoking, which is great. July 9th, 3 p.m. we boarded. Departed at 3:25. We don't have a year. We'll arrive at July 10th at 2:30 p.m. All right, we got July 8th. We got letters now. July 8th.
ATM machine says, while pyramid building is definitely to show off, lots of Egyptian tombs were much less obvious.
Yes.
In no small part due to grave robbers, even back in ancient times. I mean, yeah, I would say, the thing about burial in antiquity is that obviously a vast majority of them we don't see archaeologically.
Yeah.
Because the average person can't afford to build a pyramid. So the average person just is lost to time.
Yeah.
And even some of the larger ones are lost for structural reasons, especially if you're in like a tectonically active place. But There, I think it was with some of the New Kingdom burials, which had moved on away from pyramids and were like flatter. There were like sects of priests that decided to start moving the pharaohs out of their burial chambers into other burial chambers to try to hide them from tomb robbers.
Yeah.
But that is always the sort of the balance between the two. Like on the one hand, you want to show how great and powerful you are, but on the other hand, when you do that, you sort of put a giant marker on the world that says, "Hey, come steal my shit.
Yes.
Take my things." And almost all, like, if the sort of Italian equivalent would be like Etruscan tombs,
Yes.
all of those, by the time anyone got around, with few exceptions, had been looted to some greater or lesser degree.
Are you ready, Nick, for some letters?
Oh, yeah.
July 8th, Nick. I think I'm onto something big. Really big. This is the chance I've been waiting for, the chance to prove to everyone that I'm not just someone's errand boy. After the way Craig treated me on that ridiculous safari, and I developed a distaste for him. Everyone jumped when he spoke. The great white hunter, puffed up and dressed the part. I knew everything he knew about running a safari, and he still treated me like dirt. Even his client, Joshua Rankin, thought Craig was someone really special. Someone who'd seen everything, but everywhere, was always in control of every situation. Been everywhere. Was in control of every situation. The way he always barked orders got to me after a while. Help the bearers strike the tents, he'd say, or check the supplies. God, how I learned to despise him. I played it smart, though. I knew better than to confront him, to let him know I saw right through him. I bided my time, waited till we were back in the States. Then formulated a simple plan. It was risky, and I had no idea what Craig would do if he caught me at it, but I was just as good as him, and all I needed was the break to prove it. Well, that break came this morning when a Miss Ellingsworth called. Craig was out of the office, so I answered the phone. I told a little lie. When I told her who I was, she wanted someone with a lot of experience to find something out in the desert, and I told her I was Craig's partner. And I had all the experience for the job. When she asked for Craig, who was out checking on some new equipment, I told her he was on safari and it was me or no one. She bit. She gave me her address and I went over to talk to her. She was a gray-haired spinster type, about 65 or 80, living in an old, pretty, run-down place. This is the story she told me. Her father was an archaeologist in the early part of the century. Somehow he got his hands on an ancient artifact, a pottery shard. More than 5,000.
Shard?
Yes, shard.
Bullshit.
It's a shard. I didn't even know
shard.
that. It's a shard.
They used the wrong vowel.
It's more than 5,000 years old, Nick, inscribed with strange hieroglyphs. From what he deciphered, the shard pointed to the general location of a pyramid.
Shard!
A pyramid which no one had ever heard of before. He kept quiet about the discovery. He kept it quiet about his discovery as possible.
That's weird.
He kept as quiet about his discovery as possible.
As quiet.
And after 4 years of bowing, scraping, and petitioning, foundations and universities managed to fund a small expedition in 1920. He took his wife and newborn daughter along with the trip. After a few months of disheartening searching, he came across something which proved he was on the right track. A small block of limestone inscribed with the same odd hieroglyphs. When he decoded it, he discovered it referred to vast riches and a queen. That's as far as he got, though. The desert heat and the local water got to him, and he died there. His widow and child returned to the States, and when Tut's tomb was discovered a few years later, Miss Ellingsworth's mother figured they'd dug up his dead husband's pyramid. She stowed all his records and belongings in a steamer chest and forgot about the whole thing. And there it rested for 60 years, until the mother died. Miss Ellingsworth went through the stuff in the attic and found the limestone cube, a map, a partial hieroglyphic dictionary, and a rubbing of the cube. From what she could tell, the pyramid was nowhere near Tut's, so she called Craig to see what could be done. Just think of the historical significance of such a discovery, Mrs. Ellingsworth said to me, handing over her father's things. Sure, it was a cinch. I looked the pieces over. With the map, the task seemed easy. Hey, what's up?
So are we looking for a pyramid?
We're looking for a tomb.
Yeah. That's kosher.
Yeah. With the map,
I'm cool with that.
The task seemed easy. I could practically see the pyramid in my mind. All the glory could be mine. Not Craig's. This was a chance to show the world what a fool Craig was, a chance to prove that I was better than him. There would be enough gold and treasure in the pyramid to set me up for life, but more importantly, it would give me the reputation I deserved, but had been denied by the glory-grabbing Craig. Oh, that Craig! I've been preparing for something like this to come along. I've saved money, sold the condo, and just about everything I had that was worth anything, waiting patiently for the right opportunity. Now it's here, and I realize I'm undercapitalized. Miss Ellingsworth had no money. All she really wants out of this is to make her dad into someone famous. So it's all up to me. I packed my bags, got my visa today. Tomorrow I take off for Egypt. I won't bother giving Craig notice. July 13th, we leave for the pyramid site tomorrow, Nick, at daybreak. I'm in Elman here, a muddy little village in the Nile. I've managed to keep my purpose here a secret. I told the locals I was a scientist interested in making sonar sounding in the desert. But I did confide in Abdul, the top guide in the area. He'll be the go-between for me and the locals. He lined up to do the work. He also rounded up all the supplies we needed. Tents, K rations, cooking utensils, and the like. Okay, hold on. Whoop.
Yeah.
July 20th.
I'm just looking to see if there's ever been like a lost pyramid, like a pyramid that we had a historical record of that we were looking for.
July 22nd. It's been one disaster after another, but none of it is really my fault. First, we hardly get into the real desert area when the navigation box falls off the back of the Jeep. Great. Had to radio back to Cairo for a replacement, and they said they'd get it to me. Airdrop it into the encampment in a few days. Another expense in an already tight expedition. $, $. And the dates Abdul bought turned out to be insect infested and spoiled. The locals started grumbling and muttering, and one of them had the nerve to demand more money. I promised everybody a big bonus if all went well. They looked at me as if I were lying. I don't think they trust me, and I don't know how much longer I can keep them digging and still stay in control. I don't remember Craig even ever having these problems, and this kind of thing sure never happened to the heroes in True Tales of Adventure. August 6th. We've been at the site for 3 weeks, and the new navigation box still hasn't arrived. I figured it would be best to keep the men busy. Idle hands and all that, digging in the general area indicated on the map. Without that box, though, it's like looking at a needle in a haystack. Worse, the crew suspects I'm trying to pull a fast one on them. Abdul came to me and said I had better do something, or there'd be trouble. I laughed at Abdul, telling him that I was in control, that nothing was going to happen, that I didn't want to happen. Abdul said, "What about the box? Did you want it to break?" I guess I got a little too angry when he said that. I slapped him across the face. Abdul said nothing, but he glared at me. I think I might have handled him better. August 8th. The box still isn't here. Without it, I don't think I'll be able to hold things together much longer. Our food stores are pretty low. The men are grumbling more and more. They stopped working unless I stand over them and watch. One of them simply refuses to work at all, and Abdul is no real help. He seems to take their side. August 12th. No box. Radioed Cairo yesterday and the day before. They assure me it's on the way. If it is, then where is it? Abdul led the men into the desert to perform some religious ceremony, but I didn't believe it was a holy day. All I could think was that the whole thing was getting out of control. That I was... Hi, Lip! That I was being the only real chance. I was losing the only real chance I ever had. That if I didn't get them back to digging, it would be all over. I marched out into the desert to confront Abdul. I asked him to stop this foolishness and get back to work. Abdul looked very offended. I pushed him, demanding he order the men to work. He didn't push me back, but he did say, "You shall regret that, sacrilegious dog." Terrific. Looks like I blew it. How was I to learn it really was a holiday? they moved off further into the desert to conduct their ceremony out of my sight. A little later, while I was lying on my cot trying to figure out what to say to them that couldn't sound too much like an apology, one of the men came into my tent, seemed real friendly, and asked for the calf skin of Kumis. I figured they'd gotten over my little flare-up, and all was forgiven. He brought the calf skin back a few minutes ago. I'm going to write to Miss Ellingsworth back in the States to assure her everything is going okay. One thing I don't need is for her to hire someone else for the job, especially after what I've been through. A few swigs of Kumis should get me through the letter okay. IOUs, Sally $400, Abdul 225 British pounds? I don't know. Kameen 12 plus tip. Mom. It's I don't know what that symbol is. It must be a money thing. Mom, $28. Nope, $48 plus 5% interest. Joyce, $50 plus
ATM machine knows that it's Egyptian lira, which is
there we go.
Impressive.
Nice. Good job, ATM machine.
I did not know that.
Fermented goat milk. Kumis. Thank you. It's a fermented goat milk. Nice. Thank you. Hotel American Airmail. Rose Ellingsworth. Dear Rose, August 12th. Here we are at the same site that your father's expedition occupied almost 65 years ago, and things could hardly be any better. The weather's about average for the season. It'd be about 105 degrees in the shade, if there were any shade, and aside from the occasional sandstorms, our camp has remained a merry one. Abdul and the boys are having a wonderful time, and we're all hitting it off just fine. I guess it's true what they say about us all being brothers under the skin. Notwithstanding the archaeological importance of the find and the profits it may accrue, the greatest treasure I'll bring back from the journey is the wealth of understanding.
I will say
yes
that of the unbelievable lines, depending on when this is meant to be set, that line, we're all brothers underneath the skin. Yeah, that is not something coming out of some jerkwad white guy from the 1920s to 40s.
No.
I mean, sure, maybe some of them, but I mean, do you think this guy is that guy? Do you think this guy is Mr. Egalitarian? I think this guy is Mr.
Well, that's the point.
Looks at Germany and likes what they're doing.
That's the point, is him like being all pissy in his journal and then be like, everything's great to Miss Ellingsworth. Also, hi Hesh, how's it going? It's good to see you, Hesh. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, hello Hesh.
All right, let's see. The journey of the wealth of understanding. I've gained through our brisk cultural exchange of customs and ideas. The other night, for instance, I treated the fellows to their first omelets, and you should have heard the exclamations with which they greeted this new culinary experience. For my part, I'm rapidly acquiring a taste for kumis, a refreshing native beverage made from fermented camel's milk. Camel's milk, haha! At first,
I think it's most often made from.
It's probably. I know, I'm just sticking it to you, ATM machine. At first, the flavor seemed strange to my Western palate, but of late, I've grown exceedingly familiar with it. In fact, I'm enjoying a stoop of kumis right now. I shall be sure to bring you a bottle or two of this zesty concoction upon my return. Yes, Nick.
Egypt had been invaded by France.
Yes.
Now, that doesn't mean that everybody had an omelet. But, I mean, omelets are French.
Yes. Yes.
This guy's such a goofball.
Of course, everything can't be perfect. We've had a slight delay while we wait for the new navigation box to arrive. I may have forgotten to mention in my previous letter that the old box became damaged just as we were setting out. Nevertheless, such is the spirit of camaraderie and good fellowship here in camp that the boys voluntarily continued digging, in the off chance that we might locate the pyramid without the aid of scientific instrumentation. This steadfastness in the face of adversity is truly heartwarming, and I've rewarded the crew by giving them today off. This has given me a chance to get off by myself and relax. The strain of command. Yep, to get off by myself. Yeah, get off by himself in the desert.
Get off by yourself.
Oh man, scatter the seed. The strain of command must be telling on me.
Upon the ground?
Yes. Just now, as I was sipping some kumis, I began to feel lightheaded and my knees buckled slightly. Or perhaps I'm just intoxicated with the awe-inspiring vastness of this solitude that surrounds me. In any case, I shall have to lay this letter aside for the time being, until this numbness leaves my hands, and the landscape stops writhing around so violently. Hello. That have been staring at the same grain of... I have been staring... I had
at the same grain of sand
for last hour, and have you ever heard it said that if you move one grain of sand, you change the course of history? Well, here goes nothing. There, I done it.
I don't think that chaos theory existed.
He's losing his mind because he's drugged. I hope I've made the world a better place to live in. My, don't. I feel strange tonight. I wonder what's come over me. But wait! There was something very important I meant to tell you about this wasteland. Oh, yes, now I remember. Did you ever stop to think that T.S. Eliot's name...
Did he just refer to Egypt as a wasteland?
He also spelled it W-A-I-S-T.
Egypt is, notoriously one of the most fertile regions and reliable regions for agriculture in, the entire Mediterranean.
T.S. Eliot's name is an anagram for toilets. I think I now understand what he was trying to tell us all. Rosetta... must be the desert sun played mischief with my eyes. For now, as I gaze across the moonlit dunes, who are in no way related to Lorna Doone, I see they're turned into crashing, curling waves in an endless sea to shining sea. How they cast strange shadow shapes of wild Arabian demons, picture of a demon, who are coming for me, with my final summons in the kitchen with Dinah. So possibly it's the Kumis.
Oh, Dinah.
Yeah, someone's in the kitchen with Dinah.
Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah.
The final summons in the kitchen
Is it
with
somebody
Dinah.
that I know?
Possibly it's the Kumis that's causing this tiny little spots to dance and swirl before my eyes like grains of sand through an hourglass. So are the days of our life savings blown on a hopeless expedition that's gonna get you truly killed, just so I can watch these spots as they grow and get funnier and until they're changed into gnarled blue men about 2 foot tall, with evil grins behind them, twisting, bristling green whiskers that hang all the way to their shins, as the 3 little pigs used to say in pig Latin. Ewe, all the way home on the range, where there's no place like home, is where the heart of prairies is that I see moving, or could it be Abdul returning? Could it be Mac the knife? Could it be desert sickness? What could it be? This cotton-mouthed, eye-sweating, brain-feverish, rubber arms and legs and head for the kills are alive with the sound of music. Her and sicker, maybe it's something I ate, I guess. I shouldn't have left that last deviled hamit alone.
When did the Sound of Music come out? There's no way he knows that.
Sound of Music?
There's no way.
What do you mean?
What? Because by the time the Sound of Music came out, what he's doing is illegal.
1985 is when this takes place.
Yes, super illegal. By almost a decade.
What do you mean? Was it illegal?
It is illegal to go to a foreign country to, as an archaeologist without a permit, to find and excavate anything and then to take anything from that place without the approval of those authorities. It is a violation of international law.
Yeah. AJ Machine's so, it's become a William Burroughs novel. So Nick, we have some things.
Oh my god, this is the funniest.
That was good.
Feely I think we've had.
That was
great.
Good. That was good.
I'm sorry for interjecting. I just heard the Sound of Music, and I'm like, that's just a bridge too far.
A bridge too far away in a galaxy?
Actually, especially if it belongs to a museum. There are multiple museums who have been in lots of trouble because they acquired something that... So, like, the way the law is written, you are allowed to trade and exchange things that had been acquired prior to, I think, 1970 or 1976. It's, like, somewhere in the 70s. I can't recall exactly what. But the Getty and the Met are notorious for having purchased things whose provenance was very questionable and ultimately was definitely looted. Like, it was definitely taken, and was definitely taken after the 1970s. So, yeah. Even if it belongs in a museum.
Hold on, I'm writing down the hieroglyphs that are on the cube.
Yeah, that's probably wise.
So
Hess says, yeah, there was a thing in my hometown paper in recent years about Yale having to give back a bunch of stuff. Yeah, there's also so my college, the University of Michigan, right now has questionable legality around its hold of like 50% of its papyrology collection. The University of Michigan has the largest papyrology collection in the entire Western Hemisphere, I believe. And papyrology, if you don't know, it's papyrus. So papyrus is it is a sedge. It is this lovely little plant that grows in the Nile that you can then take and make something that looks a lot like paper, because paper is made of cellulose. Papyrus uses cellulose. Blah blah blah. Anyway, so you would make paper and then you would write on it. But the thing is that a lot of this collection is technically on loan and from the Egyptian government, and that loan ended like 30 years ago.
Really?
But we have not given it back.
Huh.
And it is our continued holding of it is of questionable legality.
Yeah. Interesting.
So if the Egyptian government were ever to be like, hey, U of M, give this back, we would probably have no legal leg to stand on.
Yes.
To not return it.
Okay. Interesting, Nick. I don't know how this works.
I don't know. I feel like I like this game, even if it's awful, solely because it lets me geek out about a thing I love that I haven't been able to think about for a while.
This is the real crux of it, right? This is really what we're doing here. All right, Nick, you ready to share your screen?
We're just satisfying my love of archaeology and my need to get back in the discipline.
Let's see. There was a thing in my hometown paper in recent years about Yale having to give back a bunch of stuff. Yep. Oh, yeah. All right, Nick, you ready to share your screen?
Oh, I need to do that?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that actually feels rather short. All of the other ones.
So we had some hieroglyphs that were on the cube, and I translated them for us. It says, the queen and all queen treasures.
Are you, John, familiar with the term shibboleth?
No, I have no idea what that means.
So a shibboleth, so it comes, I think, from the Bible, or if not a Bible, it's an ancient sort of Judaic story where there was shibboleth. I can't recall what group pronounced it what way, but it is a linguistic mark where, depending on how you say the word shibboleth, you can tell what group folks are from. So you can see if they're in group or out of group.
Huh.
Because I think it is ancient Hebrew speakers would say shibboleth, where Arabic doesn't have a sh sound. So you would say something like sibboleth. So it would be a sign, hey, that person's not a part of the group. So in fact, there are some computer software companies that do, computer security that have their thing as shibboleth. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because earlier we mentioned, it's from the Old Testament. Earlier we mentioned that the sherd.
Yes, sherd.
And sherd is an archaeological shibboleth, which in part means, it's not like intended to be, but it is like, the difference between sherd and shard is meaningless.
Yeah.
Foundationally. The only thing it really does is tell you who is an archaeologist and who is not. Who looks at a ceramic sherd and goes, that's a sherd, and who looks at a ceramic sherd and goes, that's a shard. That tells you who is and isn't an archaeologist. Because otherwise it's just a pedantic difference.
Yeah.
It really doesn't convey any meaning.
ATM Machine says the Israelites had some other group, the Philistines maybe, say
Yeah,
Shibboleth,
that's what I think it was.
and they couldn't say it. They said Sibboleth, and anybody who pronounced it like that was killed. Shard is how Victorian Britain spelled a word they pronounced shard.
Yeah. But like now that is how you tell the difference between archaeologist in group versus out group, which is so bizarre.
Great.
Let's not shirt ourselves.
All right, Nick.
So like normally I'm very anti crapping on people who say shard because that's just stupid. Literally when I was a GSRA though, like so I was once a research assistant for a comp lit professor and also a modern Greek professor. She's a lovely woman, very brilliant. Took me on as largely a pity case because I needed to pay for my tuition. And the only like contribution I think I made to her research was I was reading her text and then I saw that she called it a shard and I went, oh, you might want to change that. It's actually shard.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's a BS. Like it's an in-group, out-group thing. It has no, like, it doesn't actually convey anything outside of I'm an archaeologist and you're not.
Well, Nick, are you ready to read us the beginning sentence?
I don't know. I've sort of liked this so far.
I know. So I'm liking it too.
But
Our character is a bit of an ass.
Our conversation with gameplay.
Our character is a bit of an ass, and I like it. It's like this is the first time we've actually had a character, you know?
That's true.
Like,
no. I mean, the janitor from Planetfall sort of
does not.
Prior history.
In the feelies, yes. I guess we'll see here. We'll see how if his personality comes out through the narration of the game. We'll find out.
I'm also really pissed at myself because I saw the word Doug in the first term that popped in my brain was boobies.
What?
Yeah, did you not know this?
Doug?
Doug is a very archaic term. It's the past tense of dig. It's also an archaic term for breasts.
So the Duggars are the boobers?
Sure. I'm sure that's the case.
That's how it is.
Anyway. You wake slowly.
No, the robots in Suspended had personality, but you, the person in the tube, did not have personality. That's what we're talking about. Like,
yeah. We're finally playing a person.
Yeah.
We're playing a human.
All right, go for it, Nick.
All right, so you wake slowly, sit up in your bunk, look around the tent, and try to ignore the pounding in your head, the cottony taste in your mouth, and the ache in your stomach. The droning of a plane's engine breaks the stillness. And you realize that things outside are quiet. Too quiet. You know that this can mean only one thing. Your workmen have deserted you. They complained over the last few weeks, grumbling about the small pay and lack of food, and your inability to locate the pyramid. And after what you stupidly did yesterday, trying to make them work on a holy day, their leaving is understandable. The professor's map was just an ancient map, as worthless as an ice cube in the Arctic without an instrument fine enough to accurately measure longitude and latitude. You knew that the site was nearby. You dug and you ordered the workers to dig, even without the box. As you listen to the plane and rub your aching eyes, you pray they left you supplies enough to find the pyramid and to survive, and that the plane's carrying the long overdue box. So here's the thing, before we get into this.
Yes.
How the fudge is finding a pyramid gonna help you not die?
I don't know. Maybe you'll find it quick enough that you can get back and then have your supplies and get ready to go.
Here's the thing. If I'm marooned in the middle of a desert, my first thought is, how the fudge do I get out of this desert?
Not him. He's at the edge. He doesn't have any money to get back. He has no money anymore. He can't get back.
In all honesty,
he is
Doug
literally
Paps Teats enormous knockers.
He's
from ATM Machine.
He is banking all of his money on this. He has nothing to it now. He can't go back.
Does he have water?
Type inventory. Let's see. Hit enter. More.
Well, fine. Your tent. You are in the army cot. You are in your tent. Golden rays of the sun filter through the open tent, flaps of the southern wall, but no breeze makes its way through. The dry, searing heat in the tent would be bearable, if only the air stirred, even a little. At the foot of the cot is a large, unwieldy trunk. The trunk is closed and locked with a padlock. I will say, I've endured a humid heat and I've endured a dry heat, which Egypt is a dry heat.
Yes.
He's probably okay.
All right.
From that perspective.
Inventory.
Like, I mean, it's hot, especially if you don't have water.
Let's take stock of what we have.
All right. Can you write this down, my friend? Please and thank you.
Okay. So, get up.
Apologies if that was loud laughing.
That's fine.
Oh, God. You hear a plane flying overhead.
Yeah.
Get up. All right. You push yourself up and manage to get out of the cot. Your legs are a little wobbly, though, and your head swims. I really wonder what they used. Opium?
I don't know.
Like,
out.
Exit. You are on the east-west path on the north side of the encampment. To the south, you can see a fire pit, and to the north is the entrance to your tent. Everything is oddly quiet, unsettling, creating a feeling of floating anxiety. The stillness seems to enhance the eerie quality of the desert, the feeling of being truly alone. There's a small hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts. You crane your neck and see a plane high overhead, circling the encampment. Wave hands.
Or wave at plane.
Wave at plane.
Yeah, we want to be a little...
The plane dips its wings in salute. The plane seems to be circling right overhead.
Okay. So, let's see. There's an exit to the south.
Shit.
So let's, yeah.
Also, is he excavating scientifically?
No.
Like, is he going stratigraphically?
They were just digging. They were digging to dig.
That's irritating.
It is.
I will say sand doesn't hold stratigraphy as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yes.
Stratigraphy.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Stratigraphy. Is this not a word we're all familiar with? Like, legitimately, is that not a normal word?
That's not a normal word. I don't think if you said stratigraphy to anyone, not anyone, but to most people, they would not be aware of what you were talking about.
So, for the audience, except for ATM Machine, who I think, and Lip, who probably both know, it's definitely, well, it's not an archaeologist word, it's a geology word.
You're a geology word.
Yeah, so it refers to just layers of dirt. Or if you're a geologist, layers of rock.
Yeah.
And
the striations.
It's striations in the rock. And the leading sort of concept in archaeology is the superposition of dirt, in that things that are newer are always going to be on top, and things that are older will always be on bottom because of gravity.
Yes.
So, yeah, the issue with sand is that sand doesn't maintain stratigraphy well.
Yeah. It gets stirred
sand
up.
is more subject to moving around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so excavating sand is actually quite hard because the stratigraphic units are often rather diffuse, meaning the stratigraphy sort of blends into each other because you have to deal with not just because things don't like neatly fall. I'm going to stop talking.
Hi, how's it going, Edgar? How are you doing today, by the way? It's glad to see you. It is totally a word. So do you want to keep waving at it? Do you want to keep waving?
Yeah, do we want to wave at the plane again, or do we want to? Because like I don't think moving will help us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there might be like a flare somewhere.
Do we want to look?
No, we already see. We're outside the tent.
I mean, so question. Sometimes, like when we look, it gives you more specificity, but I guess you have to look at something.
Yes. It doesn't give you more specificity if you just type look. It just gives you the room description. Edgar wants can't stay, but just wanted to pop in and remind you that the best Infocom game ever is Northern Burt couldn't make head or tail of it. I think that some people may agree with you, actually. I know you may be trying to troll us, Edgar. I might enjoy Northern Burt more than a lot of people.
I just noticed that you were here.
They can't stay. They just popped in. It's fine.
They're not allowed to leave.
Just keep waving. Let's see if they do anything. We can always restart. It's not like we did a lot of crazy stuff.
The plane seems to be circling right.
I think we need to get.
So,
I think we need to get something. So go south.
yeah. Are you mapping?
Yeah, mapping.
You are in the center of the encampment, standing before a charred pit, a hole dug in the sand. Ooh, charred pits are my thing. Surrounded by blackened rocks. The night breezes have already started the reclamation work of the desert, covering most of the pit's bottom. You can see your tent to the north, the work tent to the south, and the supply tent to the west. Far off to the east, through the heat waves rising off the sand, a remnant of your... What? Did I skip a line? Rising up the shifting sands, you can see gentle rolling dunes. There's a small hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts.
Go west.
Covered with sand is a bright piece of foil, which catches your eye. Sitting by a rock is what looks like a matchbook. You look up to see a small speck appear right beneath the plane, probably a parachute. The plane heads off far to the northwest, dipping its wings in a salute. So they dropped off whatever we want.
Yeah. So
Edgar.
We have foil. Also, the best. Rathian deities brought the knife. Oh, come now, Edgar! Come on!
I'm down for this. Given that you have slighted Karana, I'm now a Rodseth.
No, Karana's a B tier. Karana's B tier.
No. That's a slight to Karana.
No.
I bless the rains down in the western plains.
I bless the plains out in the plains of Karana.
Yeah. How dare you?
So we have foil and we have a matchbook.
How would you eat, sir, without Karana? That is my question. What food would your adventurer consume for their adventure without
Fish.
Karana? Nothing. Karana is Demeter. Karana is agriculture. Karana is God.
Taldio says West Karana is the Nebraska of Norath. Yes.
I mean, it might be the Nebraska of Norath, but it's the breadbasket of Norath.
Okay, let's get the foil and the matchbook.
It's more like the California of Norath. I'll just take all. So taken cigarette pack. Ooh, we didn't even know there were cigarettes here. Matchbook and blackened rock. There was. I'm so sorry. You're gonna regret. This is probably gonna take the longest any.
I know.
I endured your conversation on Mist. I haven't gotten to do anything archaeological in like 2 years, that I'm jonesing.
Yes.
There was a residue analysis study done in Egypt that led to some controversy.
Ooh, tell me more.
Yeah,
we need to make this a channel point redemption. You know what? That's what it is.
What is?
You giving us a factoid, so that we can stay on board.
Can I give this factoid now?
Give that factoid. Give that factoid. I will put it in the chat.
Okay, this factoid is the controversy was it was dug by the French, and they found residue, I think it was on pottery, of tobacco, which would be revolutionary because tobacco is from North America. And Egyptian pottery having tobacco on it would be quite the historical conundrum. Because as far as we know, Egypt never had contact with the New World. But, John, do you know why I mentioned that they were French?
Why?
They were smoking, John. Residue analysis is really sensitive.
Yes.
So if you have like anything on your hands and then you touch something, you can transfer.
You know,
the
I think that's a Nick fact. You're giving people freebies now.
What do you mean?
You know that residue.
Why is this a Nick fact?
You now have a channel point redemption now. You can't give any facts until somebody redeems a Nick fact.
Dang it. Please redeem a Nick fact.
All right, so let's...
I like this sound smart.
So that's what the tinfoil was a cigarette pack.
Yes.
Piece of foil.
Okay. I see. So we have a cigarette pack, a matchbook, and a blackened rock. Do we want to keep the blackened rock or drop it?
Let's keep it right now.
Keep it now. Our
yeah.
inventory is garbage.
Exactly.
Do we think we have the same dropping mechanic? Do we think that just exists since Witness on up or Deadline on up?
It wasn't. Was it that way in Enchanter? No.
I don't recall.
You could be overburdened, but it didn't drop things.
You didn't drop it? Okay.
Yeah.
So hopefully they've gotten rid of that because it's garbage.
It was garbage. It was bad. Okay, so do you want to wait then for the thing to drop, or do you want to check the...
Yeah,
let's wait. Okay.
Well...
Astral Vortex says, looked like it just started. We did indeed. We read through the little feelies, Astral Vortex, and we are just started. Yep.
At last, your luck seems to be changing. A large crate lands right before you. Its parachute flapping in the breeze. The parachute breaks away from the crate and drifts off in the wind. Before I go off, Dirt Nat Nub says, ogres eat dwarfs and trolls eat elves. We don't need Karana.
This is true.
That's cruel.
Yeah, not cruel.
That is cruel. I need Karana.
Trolls also eat froglocks, too. Froglock legs are delicious. Let's just be honest.
Part of the reason I'm such a Karana stan. John, can you tell them why I'm a Karana stan? Do you know why I'm a Karana stan?
Because you're a druid.
Not just because I'm a druid, John.
He gave you a
shovel.
shovel.
My life. Think about me. What did I study?
You studied seeds. Ancient seeds.
Ancient seeds specific. I studied ancient agriculture.
Yeah.
That's what I studied. That's what I cared about. I got super excited when I heard charred pit, because like charred pits are like my thing.
Is that a Nick fact?
I don't think that counts. That's a fact about Nick. I don't think that counts.
That a fact about Nick is a Nick fact. I'm gonna have to.
Oh my God! Wait, did Edgar just comment on?
What? Yeah.
No. Edgar left and then went to Instagram and then commented.
Oh. It's following on
I need
Instagram.
more layers of stuff on that desk, and I'll start showing some great stratigraphy.
All right.
Anyway.
Open the crate, Nick. Let's do this.
I'm so sorry, John.
You are out of control
I feel like
today.
This is normally
you are
normal.
out of control today.
I am a little bit. The crate opens slowly, the boards creaking with the strain. Opening the packing crate reveals a navigation box. Take navigation box.
What does it look like?
Look at navigation box. This is an expensive state-of-the-art piece of electronic. Oh my God! Oh my God!
What?
What we're doing is super illegal. We aren't explorers. We are looters. We are criminals.
Nick, he's literally going to find this pyramid to take all the gold and treasure for himself.
We are the scum of the earth. That's what we are. This is horrible.
You are Nick Niplos Ultra tonight, indeed. All right, so let's go west into the. I'm gonna go into the supply room. That's gonna be our.
I'm so sorry. Like I didn't even realize that we were even in the electronic age. I'm like, Jesus.
85. I told you.
When?
I told you 1985. I think you were talking about something ridiculous, like the stratigraphy of a calf's bladder.
There's no stratigraphy of calves' bladders.
Oh yeah. Tell that to a stratigrapher. Okay, so let's go west. Let's go west.
I love you so much.
Why do you tip go west? You know how to play these games.
It worked.
I know, but you don't. It's just
Anyway, outside supply tent, you're on a north-south path on the west edge of the encampment. Directly to the west is the supply tent. Its flaps open, still in the hot, quiet air. To the east, you can see the central fire pit. Oh God, fire pits make me so hot. A reminder of your being alone.
Yeah, Nick, exactly. This is you. This is you right now. You're like, oh, those fire pits make me hot. It's a reminder of you being alone.
Yeah. I miss my archaeology friend.
Oh, you got me, Nick. I'm not your archaeology friend.
I do have you, but you're a very you're.
I'm not the same.
My best friend.
I'm not the same. I make you poop.
Don't spoil that.
I know. I'm sorry. I can't contain it. Keep talking.
Anyway,
keep going.
So to the east, you can see the central fire pit. A reminder of your being alone. A row of thickets. Impossible to make any progress through, even with the machete. Well, I appreciate that we have invisible walls. That's nice. Grows along the western edge of the camp, directly to the north and south of the tent. There's an enlarged hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts. I appreciate also that we're in the middle of the desert, yet there's a thicket.
Yeah. A brush. We're not that far away from the Nile, Nick.
Well, if we're not that far away from the Nile, we're really not that desperate.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Let's get in the tent. Let's see what's in there.
Weren't we just in the tent? Get in the tent?
No, we were in our tent. This is the supply tent.
The supply tent, sorry. Excuse me. You are in the tent, very much like your own, a tent which had originally contained the supplies for your expedition. You notice, however, that most of the items which were here just yesterday have vanished with your workers. The tent looks as if it has been cleaned out, and your stomach growls. Oh, boy.
No, that's not. That's part of the description.
That's canned.
Yeah.
Okay. So the empty tent ironically reminds you of a turkey carcass picked clean after a huge Thanksgiving meal. Through the open tent flaps to the east, you can see the fire pit. If only one of the workers had remained behind, you would make him pay. Stuck in the sand, handle down, is a small pickaxe. Half buried in sand in the corner of the tent is a shovel. So I'm going to take all.
Okay. Hey, we're carrying a lot of stuff right now. I'm proud of us.
Yeah, I'm impressed with our ability to carry things.
Okay, so
hopefully we've learned the magic of pockets.
I hope
that's
so.
The one thing that really ticks me off is that everyone. This is the thing that annoys me. I think about every Infocom game. Everyone is just walking around with their arms out, holding crap.
Yeah,
and no one considers, what if I just,
at least
put it in my pocket.
In his case, was suspended, right? It was like, hey, this robot has 4 holding arms. This one has 2. This one has 1. This one doesn't have any. It's like, at least there was that. But we'll see if he does something better than the other ones. There's some Infocom games that take account of pockets. Dimension mentions this. This is a good observation.
That is good to know. I don't think, have we encountered one ATM machine? Have we just been really stupid?
We have absolutely.
No, Planetfall did have pockets.
And so did Star Cross. I mean, they had things that you could contain stuff that would make us then hold less. You had the box that held the crystals.
Which I half like and half dislike. I half like it because I feel like, I don't know, maybe this is wrong. I always feel like it's a reference to the boat.
The boat.
To the inflatable boat. And Zork.
Yeah, I don't think it's a reference. I think that was them not meaning to do the inflatable boat to be like a bag of holding, finding out that it is, and then reverse engineering that
like it was intentional.
They did not make it intentional. I listened to his GDC talk about it, his post-mortem of Zork.
Yeah, he said it was like a bag of holding.
He didn't intend it to be that way. And I think that they reverse engineered it then to make that be a thing for other games. I think. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know.
In Starcross, you have the crate. I don't remember the exact term. But it was a bag. All of the crystals that you would use later in the game.
Yeah. All right, so let's go east. Let's get out or exit tent.
So our goal right now, just to clarify things, because I've been interrupting a lot. Not thinking terribly much about this.
It's okay.
What was that?
It's okay.
Yeah. Our goal, as I understand it,
yes,
is to... I'm going to turn down... 1 second. I'm going to adjust something. Because right now I'm hearing a heck of a lot of me and not actually terribly much of you. I know, right? I'm hearing... I do that for when we're recording, where I want to hear my voice just to make sure I'm not making lots of mouth smacks.
And how incredibly loud it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because I have a loud voice, and I have, on occasion, been a little too loud.
It's okay.
Including in this stream.
No, you're great.
But, yeah. Anyway. So, we have an excavation site that we have yet to explore. Is that correct?
Correct. We have not explored this site yet.
And that's really the extent of the things that we have access to, correct?
Correct. We're gonna probably, once we get into the trunk, we're gonna get some clues that are going to help us know what I'm guessing, because there's a lock on it, and that trunk is from that lady's old man.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's going to give us like the coordinates or information that we're going to need to be able to actually find the place. But first, we
Yeah.
got to get
Okay.
into it.
So let's go ahead and exit this tent.
Yeah. All right.
Where do you want me to go, John?
So, sorry, Verbosan.
Yeah. Oh, verbose.
So
verbosity.
east.
Should I get that tattooed on my upper lip? That would require me shaving my mustache.
Maximum verbosity.
Not
Yes.
just verbose.
Oh, okay. All right.
So we're back at the fire pit.
So there's a work tent to the south. So let's go south.
Let's go south. Outside work tent, you are on the east-west path, directly to the north of the work tent. To the north, you can see the fire pit, and beyond that, your tent. The work tent borders an endless vista of fine, burning sand stretching out to the south. There's an enlarged hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation here. So enter. You are in a tent which used to house the workers and their personal effects. Looking around, taking in these stripped and bare surroundings, you feel surprised that they even left the canvas walls. You quickly realize that they took what they needed. Taking everything would have been more trouble than it was worth. From the looks of things, they cleared out quickly, but quietly. Tacked up to the inside of one of the tent flaps is a note. Sitting in the sand, bulging a little, is a beaten-up knapsack. Take all. All right. Wearing it.
Yeah, we put on the knapsack.
Why? Okay. You
Why?
swing the knapsack over your shoulders. Do I not know what a knapsack is? That might be the real issue. I legitimately, that's not what I thought it was. I was thinking.
I live in a crazy world. All of the Nick facts that you have expounded on today, and like, what's a knapsack?
I have a very specific set of knowledge. Actually, no, I have a broad set of knowledge. But like it has holes. All knowledge has holes, John.
I know. I'm just joshing. Nick.
I was thinking of like a bindle. What is a knapsack?
A knapsack, it's a thing that holds your nap. It's like the big tubular backpacks that you wear, the ones that are big tubes.
Oh, okay. So it's a literal sack. Okay, so it's not terribly far off from what I thought it was.
It's a backpack that you wear.
I was thinking of a bindle.
Yeah.
What, like a
like
a little
cloth thing. on a stick. Yes.
Cloth on a stick. So similar thing except for the backpack. Okay. Yeah. There we are. When I saw wearing it, my brain went, knapsacks are shirts. And I'm like, what?
Can we look in the knapsack? Because there might be something in it.
So you swing the knapsack over your shoulders and it settles on your back as its cover flap closes. Look in knapsack. We probably have to take it off, I'm sure. Yeah. Take off knapsack. Look in knapsack. There we are. We have a rope in a canteen.
See?
Look in canteen. Open canteen. Dick.
No, look in canteen.
Shit.
Okay. Well, we've got something. So we can put some stuff in that knapsack now.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to.
I would say put the shovel in there for right now. We don't need to dig anything, I don't think, right at this moment.
Do you think the shovel will fit?
Try. Put shovel in knapsack.
Put shovel in knapsack. Yeah, no.
Oh, trying to fit a Beethoven symphony into a music box.
Yeah.
Okay, so
the French have like excellent trowels.
What's this with the French?
I can't say, because if somebody wants to know why the French have great trowels.
Why do the French have great... Oh,
no,
man, no, you can't. Yeah, never mind. That's right, you're giving the tease now. I see what you're doing. Okay, so let's read the note.
So, Fi Aman Allah. Hereafter you shall pursue your fool dream of the hidden pyramid and its riches alone. May the jackals feed well on your bones. We have left you what you need to get back, though we hope you do not. We put several things you treasure above life itself inside your trunk, locked with your precious padlock, but we could not bear to part with the key, especially after what you said of our rights. We hope the drug we placed in your drink did you harm. If not, we're at least satisfied you slept especially soundly while we cleaned out the camp. Farewell. I don't know. So like we've encountered this a lot. And I think we're about to encounter it in another book that we're about to review.
Yes.
We've encountered this a lot, but I don't know how I feel about this yet.
Okay.
Because as we've stated in the podcast, like often when we are depicting and I'm going to use a very old-fashioned word, but on purpose, the Orient,
Yes.
we do so in a way that sort of affirms Western power, and I don't know how I feel about this yet. To be fair, my opinion on how I feel about it is irrelevant to whether or not it's offensive.
Yeah, we don't know if
But
yeah,
so far, it is not as like explicitly bad as some of the things we've encountered.
this is true. It's not like The Witness.
Yes.
All right, so let's take the knapsack then again. We gotta carry that.
Yeah, because in all honesty, he's a jackass.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like any reasonable person would have at least considered doing what they did.
Yeah.
So
let's go back to the fire pit. So out and then north. No, what?
I know.
Oh, Nick.
So out, north. Got it.
All right, and now let's see. Work 10 to the south. Your 10 to the north. East, he was. They should see a gentle rolling dunes. Okay, so let's go north and back into our tent. Let's take the pickaxe to the lock.
I thought we had. Oh, you want to take it to the lock? I see.
In.
Okay, so in.
Break.
Hit padlock.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
With pickaxe. Huh.
Yes. Okay. Open trunk.
That I like that reasoning. Okay.
What's the reasoning, Nick? Nick, we just read a book where a man breaks a lock by smashing it with a column.
No. I don't disagree with that, but it seems too obvious. Do you see what I'm saying?
Nick.
Yes.
You may say that it's too obvious, but we are now seasoned Infocom game players. This is our 10th Infocom game.
Yeah?
Our experience has given us a different perspective now. You say, it's too
I
obvious.
know, but like part of me is like I feel like the Infocom game would have preferred me to find some weird, I don't know, I shove a horse's anus into the lock and then that opens it.
At no point,
it literally provided me the tool.
At no point has
I know.
Infocom games had us use a horse's anus.
That is true. You are right. But like often it requires a level of lateral thinking that I don't think that was.
No, I don't agree.
You disagree?
I disagree.
Do you disagree with the hyperbole or the concept that they require lateral thinking?
Most of the time it's not as lateral as we'd like to think it is. It's more lateral thinking about understanding what it is that we are using and what it is that we are applying it to. Typically the idea...
Well, yeah, so that's what I'm getting. So I guess that's where the suspicion was.
We now know what
that just seems too simple.
Well, no, because it's a starter puzzle. It's a starter puzzle
I guess.
to introduce people to how to use these items. No.
Oh, I didn't realize I could take the army cot. That was a mistake. Okay, so trunk can't take that.
Yeah,
Inspection sticker. You're carrying too many individual items already. Oh, okay. So we have met. 1 second. Inventory. Put.
You gotta sit down the pack first.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Especially given that I'm assuming moves matter.
We'll find out. I mean, again, Nick, this is our initial expedition. You know how this goes.
Yeah. So we put it down. Put. Do we want the lock?
Yes.
Do we?
Look at the lock. I want you to look at the lock.
Look at lock. Because I think this is a slightly messed up block, which once functioned, alas, like your personality. It has.
See? I like this. Drop the lock,
I feel
then.
personally attacked.
That says we don't need the lock.
Okay, so drop lock. Okay, so put
Navigation box.
Pack.
I put the
matchbook.
Hold on. What pack? What pack?
Cigarette pack. I'm hoping that works.
Okay.
Rock.
Navigation box too. Yeah.
Note.
We could drop the note too. It's just yeah.
We'll deal with that in a second.
Yeah. That's
in knapsack. And box in knapsack.
Perfect.
Cool.
Yeah, drop the note. We don't need it.
Drop note. It was the take all.
So let's look at the trunk.
Look. So take inspection sticker. I'm assuming that's an inspection sticker. Well, let's look at these.
Yeah, let's look at these. Look at an inspection sticker. Yeah.
This trunk inspect. Yeah, it's the trunk inspection sticker.
What does that mean?
The trunk inspected by numbers 8 and 6.5. This reality was manufactured by Tiny Elves from the Bosbar Pyramid Construction Company, a jointly owned subsidiary of the Frobosco Magic Village Industries. Michael Berlin and Patricia Fogelman, chief engineers. That's neat.
I love it. That's the credits.
Yeah,
Hidden
I like
credits.
that.
All right. Let's get the beef and the map. Where's the beef?
I wish credits were like that now.
Just hidden in the game.
No, not necessarily even hidden. Just like
two people.
Not like these I know that necessarily they are these egregiously long things that occur at like the end of a game. But like, have you ever like? I think the last time I was annoyed by it was like Sword and Shield. Like I'd beaten it, and I wanted to keep catching them all.
Yeah.
But like I had to sit through
all the credits.
And I'm like, I get like all of those people, every single one of them deserves credit because they all did something substantial to my enjoyment of that game.
And
however,
yes.
Oh boy, is it long and I'm not looking at it. I left the room.
Nick, and it's even worse considering that there's a lot of companies that if you worked on the project and contributed to the project, if you left at any point during it, you're removed completely from the credits.
I think that's more of an issue for getting another job and less of an issue of actually getting credit.
What?
Because if you're not credited, then it's hard for you to claim that you had participated in it, is the real problem.
Yeah, but they remove your accreditation.
No, that's what I'm saying, is like the credit there isn't so that my eyeballs see it. It isn't for the glory of me having recognized that they made the left boob of a certain character.
Yes.
It is so that when they apply for another job, they can be like, hey, look, I made that left boob. See, it's in the credits.
I know somebody who did make the nipples of Spider-Man in the PlayStation 4 Spider-Man game.
I mean, I wasn't kidding when I said boob. No, yeah, everyone deserves credit. That is not, that's not what I'm saying. Everyone deserves credit. I'm just saying I like this method of giving credit, even though I recognize that it is entirely impractical, given how many people are involved in a AAA game.
ATM Machine says the left Doug, please. Come on.
The left Doug, yes. Appreciate the comedic throwback. Very good.
Let's.
Hi, Sakura. How are you doing?
Sakura's here. Nick, read what we got.
Yes. What was that?
Read what we got.
You want me to inventory?
No,
or you want me to read the map?
What we got. What we just got. Read the words that just displayed when you pick everything.
Excuse me. Is this what language is this?
Oh my goodness.
Is it get beef and map?
Yeah.
Piece of dried beef taken. Ancient map taken. It feels fairly heavy though, as though it were folded around something solid. So we're going to open the map. Unfolding the ancient map reveals a stone cube.
Sakura, congratulations on getting back on the horse of D&D. I'm so happy for you. Okay, hold on.
This is a small stone cube, almost 4 inches, on a side with ancient markings on it. The markings look like this.
I have that. I have that already. I have that translated.
Okay.
That's the queen and all queen's treasures.
What was that?
The queen and all queen treasures.
Queen and all queen treasures. Very good. So we can drop that cube then.
No. I bet you there's going to be a stone recess. That this is actually, the cube is a key.
That you put in.
That's what my adventure brain says to me.
Do you not think that, I mean, you might be right. You're probably right.
Because it's going to be like the pyramid holds the queen and all the queen's treasures. You know, it's going to be like...
okay.
And that's going to open up the pyramid.
Okay, that's not quite how I was thinking the puzzle would end up being, but you might be right. Because I was thinking that it would quite literally be copyright protection and that, like, you have to put in somehow, like... You have like a wall of text.
Well,
put in the queen and all queen's treasures to get in. In
the stuff that we read, there are other words that we have hieroglyphs that have been translated. So those will probably be taken into consideration. So we'll get that.
Which also I appreciate how BS these hieroglyphs are.
Yeah, they are absolutely.
I understand that obviously they couldn't do actual ones.
Well, they said these are strange hieroglyphs that are not typical.
They are quite not typical.
So we've got that. Now, let's read
What?
the map. Let's read the map. What do we got?
Read map. This is a reproduction of the map the professor made while on his expedition. It indicates where he hoped to find the lost pyramid. It is included in your game package. Also, there's no way he would have gotten funding for this.
Okay, so
Zero.
hold on. So 20th of September 1920, encampment approximately 12 days old. Southeast elementary dig site east of camp. Okay, so the Nile River is to the west. The hieroglyphic cube was found at latitude 11.
Are you looking at the Feelies?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Feelies. 11-2.
Okay, I was about to say, where the hell are you getting this information?
And the latitude, right? Which one's up and down? Latitude?
I don't remember.
I think this latitude.
Chat, which is latitude and which is longitude? Don't make me do work. I don't remember. My brain is bad. I should. I'm not going to deny that I should. I definitely should, but I can't recall.
Yeah, it's fine.
Moment.
It's fine, Nick.
And that it's one of those facts that, like, I feel like I know it, but then I'm scared that I'm going to screw it up, so I always look it up. Latitude are the ladder rungs. I appreciate that, Lip.
Okay, latitude of the ladder
the
rungs.
east-west.
Okay, good. Okay, so let's go out of here. Out.
Oh, no, we have conflicting information.
Talia says latitude is lateral. A lateral side move.
Yeah, so Lip is saying latitude are the ladder rungs.
Let's see.
Where Sakura is saying lat is north-south.
The ladder rungs would go up and down, north-south.
Why? I always thought the rungs were the steps. They're the...
It's the north-south position of a point on the Earth's surface. Yes, it is up and down.
Okay.
Wait. Lines of constant latitude or parallels. Okay. No. Okay. No, we're fine.
This is actively the nerdiest chat.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Anyway, tell me where to go, John.
Okay.
Be my Sherpa.
Okay, so we want to go out.
Indeed.
Save. Call it what you will. Let's see. Go west. Okay, hold on.
You are on the east-west path.
Oops, sorry, Nick. 1 second. I gotta pull you up and then pull this up. There we go. All right, so west is near the Nile. We need to fill up our canteen before we go out in the desert.
Yes. So we're on the east-west path on the north side of the encampment. A path to the south starts here, and you can see the riverbank clearly to the west. A warm, light breeze reaches your face, drying your sweat into a thin mask of salt.
Ooh.
You glance to the north and are greeted by a disheartening sight. An endless stretch of searing desert There's a small hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts.
So go west.
We
again.
haven't looked at that hole, by the way.
I know, but I don't know if it's anything.
I mean, I'm sure it's not, but put
No,
canteen.
we're not at
Fill
the
canteen.
Nile.
Oh, where is it again?
West. Riverbank is clearly to the west.
Okay, you are on the bank of the River Nile. The shoreline is sandy and cool, and reeds wave in a light but warm breeze. Directly to the north and south, thickets make strolling along the bank impossible. You're hot, and the cool, rippling water to the west looks inviting. But you're not alone in that thought. Crocodiles bask on the west bank, eyeing you hungrily, just waiting for you to enter their watery domain. Things were never like this when Craig was around.
Give the meat to the crocodiles. Oh, they're gonna eat you. Oh, you didn't take the canteen out of the pack. No, you have it. It's just in the pack. Oh, we didn't pick up the knapsack either. That's what happened.
Okay.
We didn't pick up the knapsack.
So we're gonna restore.
Lat. Okay, in. Get knapsack. It's in the knapsack.
That's gonna annoy the crap out of me. Take canteen. Do I have to put the canteen?
You have to drop the knapsack. So let's restore then. Restore. In. Get canteen.
Get canteen.
No, get sack.
Get sack.
Take that sack. Okay. Now out. Then west.
West.
Now save again. Because I don't want you to die.
Fill canteen. Yeah. That is just communicating to us that we cannot swim the Nile. Like, for example, let's save again.
See, Dirtnap says, why is the equator 0 then latitude? 0 degrees latitude is in the center, neither north nor south. Because the equator runs left to right, and that'll always be center. If you go north, now it has a latitude. If you go south, now it has a latitude. I think. What did you do? Yeah.
I attempted to go west.
So
it's no danger.
It's drink the water. It's just saying you can't walk. Okay, so drink water too. Okay, now we can go east.
Bigger, might as well. East.
Yep, and then east once more.
Do we want to go up to the excavation site?
We're gonna go to where the cube was found.
Okay, sure enough.
So save. Go east. I want to see what's here. Northern path.
We've been here, yeah. You were on an east-west path.
Yeah. No, we have not been here before.
Have we not?
Nope.
You're on an east-west path on the northern side of the encampment. To the east, you can see the sites of previous excavations your workers had begun before they deserted you. Low, gentle sand dunes roll out of sight to the north, but your camp's eastern border has a path heading off to the south, which starts here. There's a small hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation.
So go south.
Going south. Middle path. You are at the eastern edge of the east-west path in the middle of the camp. To the west, you can see the fire pit, and beyond that, the supply tent. To the east, you can see the desert, a vista difficult to avoid seeing from just about anywhere in the camp. A north-south path intersects here. Traveling along the eastern border of the camp, there's an enlarged hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts.
So let's go south.
You are at the start of a path which heads north along the eastern border of the encampment. To the east, you can see the horror and the beauty which brought you here, the desert sand and its hidden treasure. The fire pit is visible to the northwest. There's an enlarged hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts.
I really don't think that I think that hole is a red herring. It's to give you the clue that you can dig, but I don't know if it's going to give us anything.
Well, I mean, because we've been unsuccessful so far. I'm curious if there is anything in it. Is really the only reason. Because like literally everything we look at.
Let's save and then go in it.
The fire pit is there.
So let's save it and go in it.
Well, is this the end? Can we go further south?
No, what we're going to be doing then is we're going to be using the box to find the hieroglyphic cube where it was found.
The box?
The hieroglyphic cube. The navigation box. Cube. We got to use the navigation box. That gives us
We've never looked at the navigation box. We never looked at it.
It's in the knapsack. We can't see it.
Okay, I think I found an inventory system that annoys me more. I found it. So I drop knapsack. Okay, so John, from a game so is this a programming thing? It's a programming issue.
No.
Yes?
This
so
Nick,
what
this
is the point?
is a immersion.
An F. Okay, well then it's dumb.
Get box.
It's dumb. Also because, John, our walking that distance counted as how many moves?
We've looked at things. We've done other things.
I know, but how many moves did it count as?
I don't know.
Probably 1.
Yeah, 1.
How many moves did dropping my knapsack cost?
1. Yeah, the time it took to drop a knapsack is the same to walk on.
It's the same as it takes me to walk,
through the desert.
A while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get your box, Nick. Let's look at that box.
Get my box. Get box. Taken. Look at box.
It had a button that tells you your latitude and longitude.
This is an expensive state-of-the-art piece of electronic equipment. It was designed to automatically determine longitude and latitude when the button on it is pressed. Thankfully, it has at last arrived.
Push the button.
Push button. The box comes to life. Its LEDs light. Oh, even have LEDs. Lighting, and then flashes 24 degrees, 11 minutes, 3 seconds north latitude, 32 degrees, 12 minutes, 39 seconds east longitude.
Can you tell me that again? What's the latitude and the longitude?
The latitude is 24 degrees, 11 minutes, and 3 seconds north. Okay. The longitude is 32 degrees, 12 minutes, 39 seconds east.
Okay.
So that's curious, isn't it? I don't recall longitude being. Maybe the terminology is minutes and seconds, and I've just never thought about it.
Yeah.
Because I know that in astronomy, it is arc minutes and arc seconds.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the angle of the horizon. So I guess the analogous thing would be in longitude and latitude, it also being arc minutes and arc seconds.
Yes.
But yeah.
Okay. So get the sack.
Jesus Christ. Is this not annoying?
No, it's only annoying because we haven't planned ahead of time about what we need on our person versus what we need to store. Like for instance, the box we don't need to be, or the cube we don't need to be holding, but the box we absolutely need to be holding.
We're also hungry.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Do you know what's in the knapsack right now, John?
The meat. I'm not worried about it.
I know. I hope we die.
So save this as something. Sackway. Okay. Go east. I just want to go east since you.
You're in the desert, east of the encampment. From this distance, the camp seems little more than a mirage, an image of another reality, which has little to do with the brutal, searing reality of the desert, your quickly dehydrating body, or your painfully broiling feet. There's an enlarged hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts. Your stomach growls in hunger. I really, I don't know if there's anything there.
Do it.
But,
do it.
I'm going to
dig
get
in
really
hole.
irritated. Get in hole?
Enter hole.
I suppose you have a theory. You hit your head against the hole.
Dig hole. Dig it hole.
Dig hole.
With shovel.
Thank God we didn't put it in the knapsack.
I know, right?
You've made the hole quite sizable, though it's not very deep. The deeper you dig, the more the walls collapse, and so you whiten the base of the hole.
It's just,
Right.
like
Makes sense.
the hole is going to encompass all of the coordinates, including the one where the cube was found. We just need to now go to the point where the coordinates are where the cube was found, and then dig there.
Okay. So, just on an immersion thing, which again, I think this is just me being an annoying little jerk.
It's okay. You're my annoying
But
little jerk.
I know, it's in me. It's in my bones. From an immersive perspective, I think it is more immersive for me to say, get the thing in my bag, and for you to give it to me.
Yeah.
Than for me to say, put bag down, get thing from bag. So if it's not a coding problem, if they could just have me get it from the bag without me doing that, that is very annoying.
Remember, this is 1983. This is
No,
we're not
that's
even
what
at
I'm saying.
we're not even at the halfway point of Infocom.
That's what I'm saying. If it's the limitation of the code, then I empathize.
Yes, I think this is.
If it is an immersive thing, I find that infuriating.
I think it is a limitation of the code here.
Yeah, because like that, if this were meant to give me immersion, that isn't how my brain works. My brain does not work. I must get bag first and put it down to get thing. I just get the thing.
Yeah.
Like, yes, quite literally what I do is I put the bag down and then I get the thing. But like, to me, the experience is I got the thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Hesh says, I think. Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Hesh says, I think what they could have done is expand the scale of game ticks. 1-time unit to do inventory stuff, 3-time units for movement. Then just adjust the ticking clock in game to account for it. Absolutely. They do that in some things where something takes a unit of time, where they have
Wait, I think it's 3.
Wait, it's 3. Well, no, there's also ones where they actually have the clock, and like doing something, sometimes certain actions took longer periods of time than other actions. They did that in one of them, I think in either The Witness or whatchamacallit, Deadline, I think. All right, so push button. Where are we at?
Push button. The box comes to life. It's LEDs. Blah blah blah. 24 degrees, 11 minutes, 3 seconds. Latitude, so north.
Okay.
Do you want that again?
And what's the longitude?
32 degrees, 12 minutes, 41 seconds east. So I don't think the east or north is going to change. That's always going to be the same. It's going to be how far north or east. What are we looking for?
We're looking for a latitude of like 11.4 and a longitude of like 1342.
Okay, so we need to move further south and further
East.
Yeah. So can I just type southeast?
Yeah, try that.
You are in the desert, a vast wasteland of sand and heat.
Keep going.
Southeast?
Well, no, we don't want to be going south. What was our latitude? Our latitude was like 24. We need to be going north.
North?
Right?
Am I thinking this incorrectly? Because Egypt would be towards the equator.
Hold on.
Isn't the equator
I'm reading
0?
this map totally wrong. Because like at the bottom of the map it says 24. And
Isn't
then the number
equator
gets
0?
And then
Am I
at the
mistaken?
top is 24. I don't know.
Chatter, am I mistaken? Equator is 0, right? The further
Yes.
south we go, the lower
Yes.
the number should be.
Yes.
So I'm right, yes?
So, but
We want to be going south and east.
I'm looking at the map.
Actually, maybe south and west.
Maybe you could look at the map.
Is it in Discord?
No. It would be in the...
You want me to look at the map of Egypt?
No, it'd be in the manual.
Which I don't have, John.
You do, you just don't know it.
Well, push button.
Okay, what does it say?
We're 24 degrees, 10 minutes, 59 seconds north. 32 degrees, 12 minutes, 45 seconds. So we've gotten further away in the east column.
And also in the north one as well.
No, we got closer. Because it's 24:10.
Yeah.
Rather than 24:11.
Well...
Do you really...
The dig site is southeast of the camp.
Yes.
Okay.
So we should be going southwest if that's what we're trying to do, correct?
Is that right? I mean, I'm looking at this map. I don't understand it. Looked up the map, and the numbers increase to the north. Then why at the bottom does it say 24 degrees? Like, that bothers me.
Is Egypt below the equator?
Yeah, the numbers go up. So they do go up. So we want to be... What does the thing say again? The 10 minutes and 59 seconds are the things that go up. We need to worry about that. We don't worry about the 24 and the 32. That's always going to be the same. We need to be at 11 minutes and 3 seconds north. And we need to be at 13 minutes 43 seconds east. That's what we need to be at.
Okay. So where do you want to go?
So you're at 10 minutes 59 seconds. So we need to go south.
South?
Right? Yeah.
And just south?
Hold on. Yeah. No, we need to go south, and then we need to go. What are we in terms of
west? Because we want it to go down, right?
12 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So we need to go west more. We want to be 12 minutes and 43 seconds.
You're in a desert, a vast wasteland of sand and heat. A caravan of camels led by a nomadic tribe wanders off a few miles.
So if you go southwest one more time, that'll be 43 seconds. Now, up. You're at 43 seconds. Now push the button. It should say 12 minutes, 43 seconds east. Towards 41.
So it's 24 degrees, 10 minutes, 55 seconds.
10 minutes and 55 seconds?
32 degrees, 12 minutes, 41 seconds.
So we need to go north to increase that number. We don't want to be at 10 minutes. We want to be at 11 minutes and 3 seconds.
That's it. So straight north?
Just go straight north right now.
You're in the desert, a vast wasteland of sand and heat. You wipe your sweating brow, gazing off into the distance, and notice a cool, crystal clear lake glimmering on the horizon just to the north. So that's a mirage.
Yeah.
Okay.
North.
You want to go north?
Yeah. We gotta keep going north.
Okay. Far off in the distance, dancing on the horizon, you see a shimmering oasis. Standing by the oasis are a team of Egyptian workers, waving for you to approach.
Push the button.
Push button?
Yeah.
The box comes to life. It's LEDs, lighting, and then flashes 24 degrees, 10 minutes. So we're very close to that mark. Are we right on the longitude?
We're close. We gotta just go like east once. But I would like to
let's go north and then east.
Yeah, I would like to do this. So yeah, keep going north.
Push button.
We want to be 11 minutes and 3 seconds. Push it one more time and let's just see what happens. What does it tell us?
I mean, we were 1 second away from 11. Oh, and 3 seconds. I see.
Yeah.
North. You are in the desert east of the encampment. From this distance, the camp seems little more than a mirage, an image of another reality, which has little to do with the brutal, searing reality of the desert. Your quickly dehydrating body, or your painfully broiling feet. There's a sizable hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts. You scowl at the sun, cursing its searing heat.
Push the button.
Push button.
11,
so we're 24 degrees, 11 minutes, 3 seconds.
So go east one.
You are in the desert, out of sight of the encampment. You are thankful there is no wind, even though a cooling breeze would be welcomed, since the fine sand particles would sting your face and hands. All around is the desert, a sweeping expanse of disheartening sand.
Okay.
There's a small hole in the sand, a remnant of your excavation attempts.
Push the button.
Push. Boutin.
Yeah, 43.
The block of the life. Its LEDs lighting, and then flashes. 24 degrees, 11 minutes, 3 seconds.
Okay.
32 degrees, 12 minutes.
Dig a hole, baby.
Dig a hole. Dig a hole.
With shovel.
With shovel. Please and thank you. You've enlarged the hole a little, taking out 2 shovelfuls for every one that collapses back.
Keep digging.
In from the wall. Dig.
Oh my god, Nick. You want to say dig hole with shovel so we can say it again.
I know.
Dig hole with shovel.
G.
With shovel.
Dig hole with shovel. I thought I had.
No, you said dig hole shovel.
You made the hole quite sizable, though it's not very deep. The deeper you dig, the more the walls collapse, and so you widen the base of the hole. G. You're knee deep in the hole, digging away, taking out more and more sand. You silently curse those workers for having deserted you. G. You've dug yourself into a deep hole. You're actually several feet below surrounding sand. The walls look very unstable. This is not great.
Let's just keep going and see what happens.
G. You've uncovered what could be the top of a pyramid. After clearing it away with your hands, you notice a square opening in the top of it.
Look at the opening.
Opening?
Yeah.
Looking opening.
Enter. No,
Enter.
rope.
Put rope.
Nope, it's in the sack.
I'm not sure if you can still see me.
I see you.
Give me a minute. Okay.
Save. Save first.
Save.
Right? And
digging up them holes.
Just enter. Let's just go in the opening. I want to see what happens when it happens. I just want to.
We're gonna drop. You can't go that way.
Enter opening.
I think the opening is a little too small to get through, unless your ethics and morals are an accurate representation of your stature.
Oh, use the pick.
Use pick on hole.
They don't like use, do they?
No, they don't. Use
Hit.
is a bad word.
Hit opening with pick.
With pick. Trying to destroy the opening doesn't seem to work.
Do you want to dig some more?
Do we keep digging?
Yeah, dig some more. See what happens.
Dig.
Nick,
Dig
how many times?
Not within this life cycle. You'd better drink something and soon.
Dig hole with shovel.
Dig. I had John.
No, you said dig, and then it's like, what do you want to dig with?
Yeah,
with shovel.
With shovel.
But you didn't say what you wanted to dig, which is what it was getting at. Okay, so eat your meat.
I'm pretty sure before I had said dig with shovel.
You said dig with shovel. That doesn't tell them what you need to dig. The computer doesn't know what you're trying to dig. It's digging at the air, you know.
I have to put the damn knapsack down.
Maybe. Oh, the opening is for the cube.
Yeah.
Duh.
The ancient stones beneath your feet shake and tremble as they move the sands. You leap out of the way and manage to avoid being sucked down into the vortex. Through the sands, an entrance down into the pyramid is revealed. The entire experience sends a jolt of adrenaline through your body as your lips form a sneer. You found it, and without any help from those idiots.
Nice.
Indeed.
All right. So enter pyramid.
Enter pyramid. Chamber of Ra. You are standing in the Chamber of Ra, a tribute to the sun god. Even though the only natural light enters through the opening above, the room is brilliantly lit, as though the walls themselves generated light. The room slopes inward, and the walls meet an open point over your head. The heat of the desert filters down through the opening, and as the air slowly circulates, the deep, long-dead, musty odors from the depths of the pyramid assault your senses. 4 staircases descend from here, a steep one to the north, a winding one to the south, a wide one to the east, and a narrow one to the west. In the center of the room is a large red sandstone altar mounted solidly in the floor. Lying on the floor, partially covered with dust, is a small pink alabaster jar. Leaning against the altar is a bronze torch.
Okay, I mean the torch.
We probably want that torch.
That torch is going to be our light source. Look at the jar real quick.
Look at jar. Open jar.
It's going to have tar in it.
Opening the jar reveals a small amount of liquid.
Yeah. So
can we look at liquid? Like, can we investigate liquid? Is that a?
I want you to
Investigate's not
save and then drink the liquid.
Save.
Drink liquid in jar.
That's what you want the
wording to
save
be.
to be?
No, no, it's going to be the wording of what you actually do, because then it's going to ask you, do you want it from the canteen or the jar?
Yeah, that's annoying.
You have to be specific.
I'm trying to think of something clever that we won't remember later.
Drinking gas.
I like that. That's good. Drinking gas. Drink liquid in jar. I don't think that the liquid would agree with you.
Yeah.
Well, so like if I know any, it sounds like a canopic jar. Maybe it's not.
Yeah.
But are you familiar with the canopic jar?
No.
So canopic jars are the jars in which
we hold remains.
Trails apart. Yeah. It would hold like it. I don't know if that's what it is. It's weird that it's got liquid in it.
Yeah.
It's honest to God, like that makes no sense.
What?
That there's liquid in it.
Why?
Because think about where we are, John.
Yeah.
Where are we?
In a pyramid in the desert.
We're in a pyramid in the desert. Presumably thousands of years after this has been left.
Let's see what happens. Get the torch.
What liquids would the ancient Egyptians have had access to that would not have at this point evaporated?
Infocom magic. Get torch.
Look inside it. It's for Bosco.
Yeah, like that liquid in the coffin. Torch. Exactly. Dip torch.
Maybe it's meant to help us light the torch.
That's what it is. It's getting it gassed up so we can light it.
That's what I.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
we.
Mm-hmm. Have you been listening?
Confused.
I said this.
When?
Oh my! Is this a North situation, Nick?
I'm so confused. What are you talking about?
I said earlier that. That's gas. That's gas in there. It's a tar, is what I said. I
did not hear you say that.
To put the torch into so we can light it.
Is that why you called it drinking gas? I legitimately didn't understand why you were calling that.
Yeah, I think you're having a listening issue today, Nick. Are you okay?
Put torch in gas. No, in jar. There's no room. Okay, so pour jar on torch.
No, okay, I was gonna say dip, but I guess you'd be right. Pour jar on torch. I
don't think dip is a...
Pour jar on torch. Or liquid from jar.
Well, no, will it do jar?
Let's see what happens.
It's gonna say you can't pour a thing that's solid. Oh, no, they got rid of that.
Ha-ha!
They got rid of that, because that was a planetfall thing, wasn't it?
Now, guess what's in the knapsack, Nick?
I know, matches. Also, cigarettes.
True. But we don't want to light cigarettes. We don't need a cigarette lit right now. We're fine. We can also use the torch to light our cigarettes and not waste a match. So get matches.
You expect to light the torch with your glowing intellect?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Light torch with match.
Cool. Where are our exits here?
This would be olive oil.
Is that what that is? Is that
yes?
Can you light
that's
olive
what
oil?
would have been used. Yeah, I mean, most ancient lamps burned olive oil.
Oh,
that is what they burned. But like at this point, thousands of years later,
yeah.
it would not work.
What is our exit? So look for me real quick.
So every time you watch, like,
look
again. Every time you watch, I am just so distracted.
Is everything okay?
Like, what do you mean?
Is everything okay?
No, everything's fine. It's just like related to things that I'm interested in, so I'm distracted by the glaring holes.
Your brain is just in archaeologist mode. Okay, get your knapsack.
Like I this is not meant for me. Get knapsack.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, whenever you watch one of those movies where like all of a sudden they're lighting a thing and it like lights the whole room, know that the primary thing that ancient folks used, which it wasn't the only thing, like you had beef tallow, which was also often used. You did theoretically have petroleum.
Did anyone redeem?
No one's going to redeem a Nick fact. That's not a thing that ever is going to be redeemed unless I'm not here.
I don't. Yeah.
But it might be ironically.
I will remove it when you're not here. Lip wants a Nick fact.
Lip. Okay, thank you, Lip.
Tell us about the tallow.
Why did you make a Nick fact so expensive?
It's not that expensive.
It's $1,000.
It's not that expensive.
Also, a water cooler break.
I do not.
Water cooler breaks are cheaper.
I'd rather care about my hydration than I do about the Nick fact. I'm gonna go get some more water while
wait,
fact
before
everybody.
You get water, because I would also like to get water.
But you gotta do your Nick fact. Nick fact.
Yeah, I gotta do a Nick fact.
Tallow.
So the Nick fact is that, which actually I'm sure Lip already knew anyway. But thank you, Lip, for allowing me to talk. Is that, like, I mean, sources for lighting would have been limited. You theoretically could get. I can only afford 100 Nick facts. Very good. But I mean, most of them are going to be natural sources, specifically from plants. There are other ones outside of olives, but olive oil was the most common one in the Roman world, which is the one that I'm most familiar with. You have beef tallow, which is fats that you extract from, I think, often bone marrow and other things from animals. Yeah, that was the fact. It's not terribly interesting, except for that the movies where all of a sudden you light a thing and it glows brilliantly and magically is not going to work. Also, would be a massive waste. Also, in most cases, would cause you to die of asphyxiation. I don't know if John is here and he's just letting me talk until I notice that he hasn't talked. I can't tell. I don't know. I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, yeah. No, tallow is horrible and it's sooty, is the other issue. So it's very smoky. It would be very unpleasant to burn. But the issue with like having any lighting in an enclosed space is that you're burning the oxygen that's present. This is actually something that we encountered when modern lighting was becoming an issue, was becoming more prominent, specifically gas-based lighting, where people could add more gas lamps, but the more gas lamps you put in a room, the more oxygen those gas lamps consumed, which could then lead to oxygen deprivation of the people living in the space. So if you have a fire down in this tomb, it is not great for you in the long term, especially if it is something glorious like what you see in The Mummy when he puts the torch in and then there's this big set of flame. Like very shortly after that, he would have asphyxiated and died. John, are you back? Or are you gone? Are you just like unleashing the beast? Yeah. No, I mean, beeswax isn't a terribly good source for lighting. And that's also, I don't know if Yeah, so I think that some of the earliest bees, like honey residue, is coming from Knossos, where we have some pottery where there's residue there, which would have been contemporaneous with the Egyptians. But I don't know if the Egyptians did much bee work. Yeah, no, light, like fuel sources are fascinating. The camera is off? Is my camera off or just his? John, you dead? You dead, buddy? Hi, John.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
How's it
Oh,
going?
you. Okay. So I just kept talking and talking and talking, and kept going. Is John here? I don't know.
I'm here, Nick.
They got like 12 facts out of me for that one. We
Okay.
started talking about gaslighting in like industrialized England.
Did you just message me? You just
Yeah,
messaged
I
me
was
asking if I
worried
was
about
died.
you.
I'm right here, Nick. Hi.
I was worried about you. Now it's your turn to talk to them about the very specific set of knowledge you have while I go refresh.
The room slopes inward and the walls meet at an open point over your head. The heat of the desert filters down through the opening, and as the air slowly circulates, the deep, long dead, musty odors from
I
the
haven't
depths.
left yet.
I know.
What do you mean?
Hesh, I'm reading the description of the room.
But we've already read it.
I'm getting exits so that we can map this thing out, Nick.
Fine. Okay. You deal with that. I'm gonna get
I'm the
beverages.
text adventurist. You are the archaeologist.
Well, I'm also a text adventurist. I'm just distracted by the other part of me.
There you go. Exactly.
There's
a
another part of
conflict.
my brain that just cannot let go.
Hash says there's a direct correlation between available lumens and available leisure throughout human history.
Yeah, that is very true.
This is why I have you around, Nick. I don't have that
is-
information. That is not in my noggin.
Well,
My
because
noggin
if you think
consists of
about it,
video
like-
games.
If you think about like the processing that goes into taking olives and then making oil from them, or even taking like animal marrow and other fats and extracting them, like it's very costly to do. So if you are only really the wealthy people had access to that, like it is weird that we live in a world where, like, right now, my poor butt has lights on just frivolously while I talk into the into this microphone and people listen to the words that I say. Like, it is shockingly strange that this is happening right now. But yeah, no, it is for.
Taldio says,
I'm
Nick,
gonna go get something to drink. Well, go ahead
leisure.
and say it, and then I'll.
Leisure. If you have time to illuminate, you have time to work. And Lip replies with, that's why people who are workaholics need to lighten up. Get your water.
It's very true.
Okay, so staircases steep to the north, winding to the south, wide to the east, narrow to the west. Okay. So there's one there, one there, one here, one here. Okay. Perfect. Now we know. Hi, folks. We all learned a lot today, haven't we? Sakura took the path less traveled. We learned a lot today. We learned a lot. We loved a lot. There was a pirate visited who was talking for Nick. Hi, folks. Nick is an absolute delight. He's also a madman. A madman we love dearly. A sweaty tooth madman. Hello. How are you? We're going to find treasure. Yeah. Yo ho. Yo ho, yo ho. A pirate life for me. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. This is what I got to do. No, I just got a pirate on my hand. Hello. Hello. Hi. Indeed it is, Lip. Smart man. You know your Sonic Spinball. Great game. Love it. Alright. We finally made it to this stinking pyramid after 2 hours of jibber jabbering from Nick the Chatterbox. Ugh. I knew this would happen with this game. This one's going to take us like a month just to finish. Because Nick is going to be just like, nope. What is this thing? Why is... No, that doesn't... No. No. No, that's not... Doesn't make sense historically. I'm like, I am pretty sure that this guy who made this, Michael Berlin, is not an Egyptologist. I'm pretty sure. Not an Egyptologist. Nick's... Oh. Ooh. I'm very happy. I might be making people some money. That makes my day. Good friend the Dyad, who does a lot of the sprite work on the emotes, and did the who did the logo for the Literate Pixel podcast, the podcast that is going to be airing tomorrow. New one, season 2 begins. They might get a bit of a job doing some artwork for a video game.
I'm on it.
This dream that they have had for forever, but never believed that they could do, and never had the time. Someone I knew who was an indie game developer was looking to commission some work from some pixel artists that were looking for things that they very specifically could do. And I recommended that they do it. They were very much like, I don't know if I have the time. And I was like, hey, you can just ask them what the rates are, what their expectations are, what the timeline is for these things, and you might be able to make it work. And they're like, you're right. And so they contacted them, and boom, there might be something going on. Nick will be offended that the description of the stones and the architecture are inaccurate to what rock types are indigenous and imported into Egypt during that period. Meanwhile, the rest of us... Okay. That's me, Nick. That's me, Liv. Hi, Nick. I see you. I know you're back.
I will say, I don't know much about the stones that would be available, except for sandstone and porphyry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not my thing. I'm not necessarily offended. Just the fluid being there is a little weird.
The fluid's there because you need a light source.
I know.
Can you pick up your sack? You got your sack.
No.
Oh, no, you did not get your sack. You did not get your sack. Pick up your sack.
Pick up stack. No, that won't work. Why didn't get sack work?
Because you were holding the match, and you couldn't pick it up at the time.
Okay. Pick up stack.
Boom.
Okay.
Let's save real quick. Torchy McTorcherson. I can do silly save game names too, Nick. North.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. So you take a few steps down the steep staircase, when suddenly you lose your footing. As you try to walk on air, you fall a mere 25 feet straight down and landing on your head, regret your attempt. Well, it's a good thing. I meant to restore.
Nope, can't restore.
Okay. Could I not restore from that point?
Where are you right now?
Well, right now. Crap. Sorry. So Infidel again? Infidel?
Bam.
Okay.
There you go.
Restore. What was the save?
That's a great question, Nick. If only we used the same game name that would make sense and relevant to what we were actually doing.
Got it.
All right, so go west.
Did you see what I did? I made
know.
a pyramid torch.
I know, you did great. West.
Cube. You are in a room whose walls, floor, and ceiling seem to form a perfect cube. There are 4 square doorways cut into the the walls, to the north, the south, the east, and the west. Through the west doorway, you can see a flight of stairs heading up.
All right. So let's go. Let's just start going north.
Okay. North. You are in a room whose shape is that of a perfect cube. There are 2 square doorways cut into the walls, one to the south and another to the east. So, east?
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah, east.
So we're just going through a series of cubes. And this one has fewer exits.
Yeah.
So
we're in a corner
south,
cube.
Yeah, we're in a corner.
Something. Okay, go east.
East. You are in a room in the shape of a perfect cube. So whatever this is, every room is going to be a perfect cube. There are 3 square doorways cut into the walls, one to the west. I wonder if there's a puzzle involving the copyright thing here, because that's also a cube.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We'll see.
So there are 3 square doorways cut into the walls, one to the west, one to the east, and another to the south.
Hold on. I'm moving these things off.
So I guess when we went south, we were in a corner, and the only option we had was to go east.
Why does this not work? This drives me nuts.
So now we can go back. We can keep going east, or we can. Oh no, it's not a square.
It's not a square.
It's not a square. Shoot. Okay.
Hold on.
But we were in a corner of something.
Yeah.
We were in a corner in whatever this maze is.
Yeah, this is a maze.
Yeah.
We love mazes.
Doing it? I don't hate them.
Let's go. I want to go west, then south, and then east, and see if it takes us back.
This is okay. So you want to see, because these aren't twisty passages that are all seemingly alike. These actually have. You can differentiate these. Right?
That's in the corner.
Because like if I go east, right? Because we came from you're right. If we go west,
Egyptians.
There are 2 square doorways cut into the walls, one to the south and another to the east.
Okay.
So if we go south, that brings us back to where we were.
Mm-hmm. And then go. So let's then restore Pyramid Torch. I don't want to deal with this yet.
Oh.
I don't want to deal with this yet because there might actually be like a critical path or a map or some kind. So let's go south. We went west, we went north, let's go south.
I'm sad because I was hoping
Oh.
we probably need the rope for the one that caused us to die.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right.
Oh yeah.
South
So
landing.
we're at the south landing. You're on a landing in the middle of a set of stairs. The staircase goes down to the south and up to the north. The walls here are undistinguished, formed by the stones of which the pyramids was built.
So let's go south.
Tell me is it granite? Is it made of granite?
Of course it's made of granite, Nick. Come on now.
Made of granite.
What's south?
That isn't because I think there's lots of granite in Egypt. That's just because I
Zorik.
have been so hurt.
Zorik.
Where do you want me to go?
South. Oh,
south.
Hold on. No, okay.
So we're now in a narrow hallway. You are at the entrance of a narrow hallway which goes to the northeast, and staircase goes up to the north.
So northeast.
We are going northeast. Narrow hallway. You are at a bend in the narrow hallway. The hallway continues to the northwest and to the southeast west. Inscribed on the wall are some hieroglyphs. Look at hieroglyphs. Ooh, look at these weird hieroglyphs, I'm sure. Okay. You can translate that, yeah?
Oh, well, let's... Hold on one second. To the northwest and to the southwest. Okay, so this is a weird...
Does that mean, like, to go to? Please tell me that, like, the arrow means to go to.
Well, let me look it up. Hold on.
Let me look it up.
All right, so we have... What do we have here? We have... That's Queen. The first one is Queen. Right? Hold on.
Yeah, the first one is Queen.
Yeah. Okay, so it's like
because that's also the first one in the cube, I think.
What is... My monitor's, like, freaking out. If feel like it's changing resolutions on me or something on the fly. Okay.
Can you not? Do you need me to refresh anything? Are we all good?
No, it's on my end. It's not your fault.
Okay.
I'm just writing down what this says.
Okay.
Because some of this I don't think we have.
I do apologize for the constant interruption.
What is happening? Why is my computer blipping? Okay, and then...
This is very much a part of my brain that is underutilized, and I want to get back to utilizing it.
Computer screen, you doing okay, buddy?
We're having very different conversations. I'm having a heart-to-heart with you, and you're talking about your computer screen.
Because it keeps blooping in and out. If it was granite, that would just be rubbing base salt into the wounds.
Where is this? Why is my
Okay.
It's interesting. What's the last comment that you have in Twitch?
That would be hieroglyphs designed for text-only games.
The last one I have is Sakura saying torture.
No. That would not be correct.
So I need to refresh, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, we don't have all of these yet. But we're going to get some of this, though. And then, let's see. Don't have the equal sign. And... Okay, so we have queen, blank, blank, the, blank, blank, and blank.
Why are they blanks?
We don't have the words for it. Blank, the, blank. We don't know what those mean.
I wonder if the cube is meant to help?
No.
What did the cube say?
The cube says the queen and all queen treasures.
Queen.
It's not yet. So we don't know what this means.
Can you just say it again?
Queen and all the queen treasures.
I know before that.
Queen blank blank the blank blank and blank blank the blank.
Okay.
Yes.
Correct. Indeed. Well,
so we need to go.
Let us carry on.
Northwest.
Northwest. Let us go northwest. We are in the barge chamber. You are in the southern section of a huge room which holds the royal barge. Oh my god.
What? It's a thing?
Oh yeah. They had papyrus boats. Was that a Nick fact?
Yes. It's okay. I'll allow the Nick fact.
Yeah, no. Ancient folks burying themselves with boats is very common. The Egyptians weren't terribly seafaring people, but they had papyrus boats to navigate the Nile, and then they would typically use like weird merchant folks like the Phoenicians or the Greeks. Yeah. To like move their shit around because they didn't really care so much about the Mediterranean Sea.
No, that's a bit too much of a Nick fact here. See, now you're dipping into the point redemption. Yeah. Oh. Being like, they made it out of papyrus is great, and then you're like, let's get into the.
1 second. 1 second. Let me rectify this. Let me rectify this problem.
Are you putting in a Nick fact right now? All right, Nick, tell me about the boats.
I just did. Well, I was just balancing out the checkbook.
Oh, okay. So we go north on the gangplank.
North on the gangplank.
Yeah, this is a tough one to map.
I can imagine. Center of barge. You are standing on the deck of an ancient wooden barge. I haven't been able to look at your map, by the way. Are you sharing it with me?
No.
Well, that explains it. Before you cut into the deck is a hole. To the south is a plank which leads down off to the barge. You can see two cabins on the deck, one to the west and the other to the east. Before you, running down through a hole in the deck, is a sturdy beam made of wood. Although only a few feet of it rise above the deck, it was probably used at one time as a mast.
It's now
the mast
used.
Has fallen over and has gone into. That's weird because they wouldn't have had like this sort of boat. Nick can't redeem Nick facts. That's Bob buying release Bob. I'm gonna make somebody has to make a Twitch account for Bob so that Bob can influence Bob.
So that's where we tie our rope to, so that we can go down into the hole. But let's go west first. Let's look at the rest of the ship first.
Okay, fore cabin. You are in the forward cabin aboard the barge. The cabin is bare with none of the luxuries you expected to see. You close your eye for a moment, picturing the barge, just your eye, not eyes plural, just your eye. Picturing the barge you'll someday own, the yacht, fully rigged and crewed. You open your eyes and shake your head. You only closed the first eye before, but you open both of them. Yar.
Yeah, you open the other one a second time to envelop and encase the entirety of your head. Your eyelid is encasing your eye.
Yeah. Exactly right. I didn't misread. Anxious to make your dream reality, there is a doorway to the east leading out onto the deck. Sitting on the deck is a papyrus scroll. Ooh!
Read the scroll.
You thought I wouldn't like this game. I like it so far.
I'm glad. I'm liking it too.
Read scroll. This might be my favorite. Ooh,
okay.
More hieroglyphs, which I can't help with because I don't have the feelings.
Hold on.
Can you send these to me? I'm going to have to print them so that next time we play, I can be helpful.
We might have more information on this one than we do the other ones.
Yeah. So the ... the ellipses, those are lost.
No.
I want to talk about palimpsests now. That's like one of my favorite words. Palimpsest.
Palimpsest?
Is anyone else familiar with a palimpsest?
What?
A palimpsest.
What are you talking about?
I can't say, John.
Okay, so blank through. And then...
Thank you, ATM machine. Can you tell the class so that way I can talk about them?
Unknown. Okay, 3 dots, don't know that one. Don't know that one. And...
Yes. Look in the chat, John.
Hold on. I'm guessing through more. Okay. Let's see. Palimpsest, yes, a manuscript that has been previously used and then scrubbed clean for fresh writing. Mm-hmm. And you hope that this is that?
No, I just am reminded of them.
Okay.
This, I mean, it happens a lot because papyrus is actually really expensive to manufacture. So, as is like wood. We've seen it on, I've literally held in my hands a wooden log. Are you okay?
It's like the Scarlet Palimpsest. Hesh gave us 100 bits. Thank you so much, Hesh.
Thank you, Hesh. But like it was a wooden board that post the Roman period, these kids were practicing their Arabic on it, and you would to clean it, you would literally just sand it out. It was great. That's not.
Nobody's gonna buy the fax if you give the fax for free, Nick.
I'm a fax slut.
Oh my god, we have gone 2 rooms. The fact. That's a fact.
I can't help it, John.
Go.
Did you, out of curiosity, how did you think tonight would go?
This is exactly how I thought tonight would go.
But what sucks for you is that this is my mist.
Yes.
Well, if y'all listen to the Literate Pixel podcast, you'll know what I mean.
Yes, tomorrow.
You'll know
at 11
our
Eastern.
Our episodes had gotten to 53 minutes. We had gotten nice and tight, and then all of a sudden,
2 hours and 10
episode we've had
minutes. 2 hours and 10 minutes. Oddly enough, J.R.R. Tolkien treated a lot of his manuscripts as palimpsests when writing, as paper was sometimes expensive and hard to come by, especially during the 2 world wars.
Yeah, no, I mean, the concept of palimpsest is really interesting, given how cheap paper is. Every time I walk into a grocery store and I see bags of sugar that are only $1, my brain falls out of my head. It's just such a weird thing. It's so weird when you consider how expensive everything we take for granted is. It's insane. Light, paper, sugar, Like, modernity is strange. I mean, we still have social stratification and we still have people who live lives that suck, but modernity is strange. It's a strange place. Anyway.
East,
what did it say?
Please, Nick. East.
What did
don't know, and don't know, don't know, don't know, don't know.
Oh, so it's just a bag of nothing?
So far.
Okay. Did you write it down?
I wrote it down, yeah. We also have it. And one more east.
That is true. So center of barge, you are standing on the deck of an ancient wooden barge before you use a hole. We've read this already.
East.
So would we like to go down the hole?
East.
Tie a rope to the...
East!
East, John?
Yes!
You would like to go aft?
I would like to go aft. Aft to mouth.
You are in the aft cabin aboard the barge. There's a door to the west, which leads up to the deck, and a short ladder permanently mounted to the deck, going down into the depths of the barge itself. Just think, John, you could be playing Halo right now.
I could be. Oh, man. I need to get my weeklies done. Times are ticking. Down?
Would we like to go down?
I wanted to save, because I feel like something's going to happen.
Save. Boat death. Down.
We have to remember Pyramid Torch.
Things that I think are actually rather helpful.
Pyramid Torch is also when we lit the torch. We have to remember that one, because I know the torch will eventually fade. Oh, that on my mouth.
You are below the deck. Do you want to look at the torch? I wonder if it would give us any indication.
Sure, and then we can
how much...
load boat death.
Okay, so you want to look at torch and then reload?
Yeah.
I'll read this text and then we'll do that. You are below the deck of the barge in what looks like a huge hold. To the west, you can see the hold continuing, while a ladder leads up and out from here. Okay.
We're pulling something up from the hold. That's what's going to happen here.
So look at torch. The torch has a tapered tip, much like a wick, which should be able to hold a large amount of oil. The torch is burning brightly. So right now we're fine. Yeah, it's interesting because while the Nile factors in pretty heavily into Egyptian identity, sailing doesn't. So it's a little weird that there's a boat. I mean, there definitely are Nile scenes where they have boats on them. I don't know if there's any extant... This isn't a fact. This is entirely conjecture. This is Nick conjecture.
Yeah.
So this is legitimate. I'm not certain if there are any extant examples of actual boats, papyrus boats being buried with Egyptian pharaohs. There might be.
Hey,
that would be cool.
We got one right now. Nick Jecture. I want a Nick Jection. I want a Nick Jection. Zen Arcades, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome. It is a pleasure to have you. How are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing good.
Yes.
Playing some
Welcome
Infocom
to
games.
Probably the weirdest stream he's had so far.
This is definitely one of the weirder ones. We've been playing.
I think all of the ones where I'm involved are a little strange.
A hot beef Nick Jection, absolutely. I'm on board for that. 100%. Give me a hot beef Nick Jection. We play Infocom games every Saturday. Nick and I, we have played through 9 of them. This is our 10th. This is Infidel. But the beauty of this one is that Nick is an archaeobotanist. So this deals with archaeology and such. And so Nick is going to lose his mind talking about tapered tips and such.
Tapered tips. It's very funny because he assumed that I was going to lose my mind in a very different way.
This is true.
He thought I was going to be very angry. And instead, it's just causing me to be like, ooh, I remember thinking about this at one point in my life. Because presently, I'm a biology teacher. Which I say that as if it's a negative thing. I love my students. They're all very good kids.
I'm going to get the email of one of your students, and I'm just going to send them Season 2, Episode 1 of the Literate
Pixel
Podcast.
Please do not do that. Please do not do that. I do not need more things to undermine my authority. I do that well enough alone.
Tell you stop giving him ammunition. Zen Arcade says, I like weird streams. Oh my god,
I like weird streams too. Great. Sylvium is such a... I can't talk about it though because
this is Nick right now. Oh my gosh, someone redeem a Nick fact so we can talk about Sylvium.
Anyway, what are we looking at? You would like me to restore.
West. Oh, yeah, go down now and then go west.
Down or west. Okay.
Taldio redeemed a Nick fact. Talk about Silphium.
Talk about Silphium. So Silphium is a lovely little plant whose association we don't know. So I actually, when I was in grad school, wrote a paper that it didn't publish. It was just a term paper. But I did a lot of research into how we can figure out, if we can, how we can take plants from text and then associate them with modern taxonomy. Ultimately, the answer is we can't. Like, it's just impossible. Because the way ancient people categorize things is fundamentally different than the way we categorize things. And even when I, as an archaeobotanist, look at material that is in the archaeological record, my ascribing certain names to them is very foreign to how the ancient people would have done. Anyway, to get back to Silphium. So Silphium, we believe, was in the Apiaceae family, which is the carrot family. Apiaceae. Yep. Or Umbelliferae?
Umbelliferae, yeah.
Yeah. Carrots. That's the old
carrots! Okay, now you're speaking my language.
The Apiaceae family. And it was used by the Romans to extinction as both a condiment and a contraceptive. I am fundamentally suspicious of its ability to be a contraceptive because if there were effective contraceptives in the past, humanity would not continue to exist given the fertility regimes we existed in. However, the ancient Romans thought it did it, so there's that.
Why not?
That's Silphium. Why not what?
I mean, why not? If you can put something somewhere, why not put it there?
Well, yeah, no, that's true. I thought you were asking why did I think that it wasn't an effective contraceptive.
Oh, no, I believe you, Nick.
Yeah. I read a book. Is it actually here? It is here.
Yes! Tell us about this book.
It's a horrible monster of a book. Do you want me to?
It's gonna be me eating.
We've only redeemed one. We've only redeemed one Nick fact.
I'm just gonna eat. I'm just gonna snack while you talk.
I'm so sorry.
I'm too, Nick.
I'm so excited. Anyway, let's...
West.
Did we read this? I don't think we read this.
Oh, we didn't go west into the hole.
Yeah. So we are in the westmost portion of the hold below the deck of the barge. On the north side of the hull is a small knothole about 3 feet off the deck. Overhead, you can see a hole going through the deck, while directly below this hole, on the deck by your feet, is a slot. You probably need the cube for that slot, maybe? I don't know. Coming down through the hole above your head and ending in the slot at your feet is the beam, which serves as the mast. No, that slot was for the beam. That's what that slot was for.
What's the slot for?
The beam.
Oh.
For the mast. It's for the mast.
Let's see. Below the deck of the barge, on the north side of the hull, is a small knothole about 3 feet off the deck. Okay, so what's the knothole for?
Zen Arcades, if you want to know, you're gonna have to get a
Nick fact. Nick will have that fact. Nick will have that fact for you. He will.
But, oh boy, can I talk about ancient contraceptives if you want me to? Anyway.
He's got it. Zen Arcade wants to know.
What would you like? I'm so distracted right now.
Look at the knothole.
Look at knothole?
Yeah, I'm just shaking the bag.
Is it knothole?
Knothole. Knothole.
Through the knothole is inky blackness. So it's probably a space that we can explore.
Yes.
Under the boat. This is a huge boat. This is very big.
Oh.
For like a barge.
Yeah. Zen Arcade's new, Nick, to the stream. Let's talk. They don't have the 1,000 points for the Nick fact. Let's give them a freebie.
Let's talk about contraceptives.
Talk about contraceptives, by all means.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a bowl.
What is the name? So his name is Riddle. He is a professor from
Tom Riddle, a.k.a. he who must not be named.
John M. Riddle. It's John M. Riddle. He was a professor from Hopkins. Excuse me. He published a book called Contraception and Abortion from the Ancient World to the Renaissance, which is a book that is only about it's like 160 pages, and yet it covers like 5,000 years of human history. I think this book is garbage. It has like the facts of it are the facts of the contraceptive recipes are true, but the efficacy, this book argues that they are efficacious, that people had access to contraceptives, and it's based off of a theory about Hippocrates and Hippocratic things that I can't really get into without actually claiming a Nick fact, because that's actually quite esoteric. Anyway, the medieval period I'm less familiar with, but contraceptives throughout human history, in the Egyptian period, for example, were very weird. The Egyptian period, crocodile dung was often used as a suppository up the vulva, into the vagina at that point.
You can't get an infection that way.
What was that?
You can't get an infection that way. You'll be fine.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. I mean, I think it's an effective contraceptive solely in the fact that it both blocks the sperm and it also causes death. If you die, you can't really have children.
It probably also throws off the pH balance.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
That'll cause it to erode away the sperm.
I think the subsequent infection that they didn't have antibiotics for would more importantly kill the woman and subsequently prevent pregnancy.
You know, tomato.
Yeah. In the Greco-Roman period, you have loads of things that are being used, including the peel of pomegranate. Pepper is often used. Pepper is rather rare in the Roman period, but you still can get it through trade routes through Iraq and Iran from India. In fact, there was a study that was done where they injected some rats that were fudging, that were copulating with pepper, specifically the female rats, to see if they prevented them. And apparently occasionally it does work, but I could get into why I think his research is complete and utter BS. But yes, lots of weird stuff is really the takeaway. In the end, none of these contraceptives would have been effective, because if they were effective, those populations would have died, because infant mortality was so high that if people were effectively preventing pregnancy, then whole cultures would cease to exist. Any culture that discovered effective contraceptives and used them regularly could not exist in the ancient period, given how high both mortality from birth on the part of women and infant mortality were. Yes, pepper, indeed.
Pepper. All right.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really need population control, because back then children just died like it was nothing. Like, there are lots of sad letters and things. There's one of my, and this is my last Nick fact before I let you go. I'm so sorry, John. I love you. Don't hate me. Don't hate me, John.
I don't.
I love you so much.
But, I love this.
One of my favorite, when I was still, so I'm technically still sort of a master's student at the University of Michigan, but when I was teaching, one of my favorite things to show kids, new students at the University of Michigan who I was teaching, was this. It was a stele, so it was a tombstone.
Ooh.
That had, down to the minute, the life of a woman's child who had passed away. He had lived about 6 years, and so however many hours, how many minutes, down to the minute, she had calculated his life.
Whoa.
And was, cry. What in it was talking about how wonderful her child was. This child that she had for 6 years, however many months, how many minutes. And it's something that I would show students, because I think often when we think of the past, we dehumanize them in the way, because they've been lost to us, and there's this temporal distance.
There's more. They're romanticized. They're also dehumanized because they're not in the present. They're not a culture that is currently here, etc., etc.
Yeah. So she like that Steely, that gravestone. I like to show kids because it's so like it's not necessarily relatable because in all honesty, especially in the Western world, but increasingly even in the developing world, infant mortality is less and less a problem. But the thought, the horror, and the pain of losing a child is so something that everyone can sort of empathize with, even if they don't want children. Like we all understand that is like one of the worst things you can endure as a human being.
Yes.
That when you read that, it instantly adds humanity to that person. And it instantly adds humanity to the past because you read it and that's just relatable. It's like you lost someone that you love so dearly.
Yeah. All right. So, Nick?
Yes.
Back to the game.
Yeah, okay.
That is incredibly interesting. And it was a great Nick fact.
We are going to shackle the Nick facts. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's play a game.
Here is my thought on this right now. We don't need to be at the west end of the hole right now. We don't need to be in this boat. Because...
You don't want to be in this boat at all?
Yeah, because that papyrus is probably a clue to the puzzle that we need to do. A thing within which... The current puzzle about what to do with this knothole, with this deck. Obviously...
So I think... Maybe I'm wrong. So I'm assuming the knothole is a hole in a piece of lumber, right?
It's 3 feet off the deck. On the north side of the hull is a small knothole about 3 feet off the deck. It's the anchor. That's where the anchor gets pulled up through.
That's not what I was assuming it was. I was assuming it was like a weird piece, like it was a knot in the wood that had left a hole.
We can look through it. It's inky blackness.
We can see through it and see that there was a space on the other side. But
because it says this specifically at 3 feet off the deck, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what that means.
So we want to leave the boat, is what you're saying. If we want to leave the boat, we can just
look at the slot. Look at the slot first.
To see if my assumption is wrong. A shim is wedged between the slot and the beam.
What's a shim?
A shim is like a thin piece of wood. Often it's used to... does this count as a Nick fact?
No.
Okay. Often it's used to like level something. So, for example, or in this case, I think it's to hold up the beam.
Can we take the shim?
So, like to take up space. Like, have you ever had something that's not level?
Yeah, pick the shim.
Did you ever? You never got to be in my Ann Arbor apartment.
Yeah, I have. I've been on.
In the studio apartment?
It's super tiny. Yeah, I've been there multiple times.
Yeah. So you know how everything looked straight? All of the floors in that apartment sloped.
You shimmed it up?
So yeah, so I put shims under everything so that it would look flat. But all of my floors sloped toward the walls.
Yeah. Pick up the shim.
Yeah. As
Dirt Nap Nub
said, shim is a ramped-shaped wood to help level doors or windows.
Pick it up.
Pick up shim. So it's possible that the shim here. Put knapsack down. Put shim in knapsack.
No, inventory, please. Let's see what we have.
All right, so we have a papyrus skull. We
don't need the navigation box anymore.
Okay, so drop, box, scroll. We don't need the scroll because you have that written, right?
Yes. Somewhat, at least. This popcorn's tasty, man.
Do we need the map?
It's great.
Do we need the map?
No. The map is simply to tell us that we need to look at our inventory, our feelies.
I think that's it. We do want the matchbook. Unless, do we want to use this as like a point of, like a central point for inventory or no? I mean, it's not really terribly accessible.
No.
So it's not really
Just
accessible.
drop the box, scroll, and map.
Okay. All right. So those things have been dropped.
Now get the shim.
Get shim. All right. So we have the shim.
Okay, look at the shim.
Look at shim.
Oh, wow.
Small piece of wood. Use this wedge. Yeah. So I'm assuming what it's like if you made a hole for the mast, then you would use shims on opposite sides.
Secure it. It's secured into place. Yeah.
Yeah. In case the hole is slightly too large.
Put shim in knot hole.
Put shim in knot hole. Is that one word or two?
One word. One word.
Knot hole. Look at knot hole. All I can see is...
Okay, so yeah. There's
Is it
something
weird
has
that
to
I
go in
find
there.
that amusing?
That is funny. But shim in knot hole, done. Look at knot hole. All you can see is a shim in there. Okay, so hold on. Get shim.
Get shim.
Put hand in knot hole.
Put hand in knot hole.
Nope. Okay.
Okay, so
reach
hand
in.
is not-
Reach in knot hole.
Reach in knot hole. Through the knot hole is inky blackness.
Okay, so we can't really see them.
Can we put the torch? How big is this knot hole? Do we want to put the torch in it?
Sure.
Knot hole death. Put torch in knot hole. Okay, look. I'm assuming what it's going to say is all I can see is a torch in there.
Hash, do not give Nick any ideas, because every single Infocom game, he has attempted to do so.
Oh my god, I forgot to do it this game.
No.
All I can see, take out torch.
Take torch.
Take torch. Put. This isn't my fault. It's Hash's fault. I didn't do it.
No. No.
I can't be
No.
blamed.
Your the hands are at the wheel right now. This is
John,
all on
let's
you.
see if we're a loony.
This is all on you. Not acceptable.
Let's see if we're a loony, John.
What
Yes!
a loony.
It's back!
It's back. I'm glad it's back. I'm glad it's back. For you, Nick, I'm glad it's back.
Oh, God.
You know the
How
Dragon
many
Ball
times
Republic.
have I tested this?
This is
When was the last game where it
10
said
times
that-
you've tested this, Nick.
What was that?
10 times you've tested this.
I feel resentment in your voice, John.
Hash takes full blame. Yep. We'll have to put that as a command in our mud. Alright. I want you to restore Pyramid Torch.
Pyramid torch?
Yeah.
Pyramid torch. So we're going all the way back.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Go
Do you want me
east.
to look or no? We're good.
East.
We're in the cube.
The cube is on the east as well.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. So the it's on east and west. I wonder if it's like circling around all of them
Maybe.
and like it touches tips. Just the tips.
Just the tips, yeah.
Just the tips somewhere.
Well, let's take a look, because I've
You like
mapped out
rib
the cube.
tips?
I guess let's map out the cube then. It's time to
Do you
map
like
out the
rib
cube.
tips now?
Rib tips? Sure.
Rib tips.
Burn
I like
tens?
rib tips. Do you not want to try to use the rope to see if we can get down that hole?
What are we
Put
going
that
to
down?
tie it to?
I don't know. We didn't really look or try. Did we?
Look at the black rock. Maybe we tie it to the rock.
Look at Black Rock. Is it in our bag?
It's in our bag.
Son of a bitch. Ah! Okay. Put down bag. I'm assuming that any children any children who might be listening have already gone to bed. Okay. Look at rock. Okay. We don't know how large the rock is. We know it's not so large that it wouldn't fit in the sack. And a shovel wouldn't fit in the sack. So it might not be that. It's a blackened rock.
We could tie it to the. We could tie the rope to the altar.
We could. We don't know how long the altar.
Why not give it a shot, right?
Yeah, we could.
Get rope.
Get rope.
And then get sack.
Get sack.
Drop map.
We don't have to drop it. I think we just need to put it on. Put on sack.
Inventory.
No, this is impossible.
It's not impossible.
This is impossible. How am I holding too many things when I'm holding literally the same number of things?
No, it's not true. Inventory.
What have I added?
You're holding a navigation box, a rope, matchbook.
We haven't dropped it.
And a map.
See. Okay.
So drop map and navigation box.
Map.
Soccer says depend on the time zone. Yeah, it could be. West Coast people right now could have their kids awake right now. Nick, come on.
I am sorry for being inconsiderate for the West Coast folks.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry to the small children.
I'm sorry to everybody that I'm just eating popcorn in the microphone.
Also, I apologize to the small children whom I'm informed that if they were alive hundreds of years, I mean, really not even that far back, a couple hundred years in the past, they would almost certainly be dead by now.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. The vast majority of children died.
Get your sack.
Which is interesting because oh God, somebody get me back, please.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Get your sack.
What?
Get your sack.
Get my sack.
Not my sack. Get. Oh my God, Wes. How did we beat 9 other Infocom games right now?
No, I was writing my as a joke. But
were you though?
I was. I love you so much, John. Please don't be mean to me.
Wes, I love you.
I'm having the time of my life. This is the happiest I've been in a while, and I'm going to
have the time of my life, and know it all. Wait, I don't know the words to the song.
Anyway, you are in a room whose dimensions seem to be what?
Go
east. Go the right way.
Go east.
East. Oh my God! Read the text, John.
Symmetry is uncanny.
It's twisty little passages, all seemingly alike. At least to the unaided eye, the dimensions of the room seem to form a perfect cube.
Oh, up.
Chamber of Ra.
Yeah.
So what happened? We fell into the hole?
No. No, I got you.
No?
Don't worry about it. I got you.
No, but
tie rope to altar.
But explain to me what happened.
I think you went west twice.
Did I?
Yeah.
So how did up help us?
It would have could have gone east as well. It would have done the same thing.
Okay. Tie rope to altar. I feel really bad because like none of my mental energy has gone towards helping with this game.
Hold rope.
Hold rope.
Okay.
I already got it.
Already got it. So climb north?
We died.
No.
You grasp the rope firmly in your hands, but the fall is shorter than you thought. You reach the bottom with a resounding splat, accompanied by a chorus of pain. What?
Led by ganglions you never knew you had. Just before you
Maybe we
thankfully
need
black
to
out.
drop the torch into the hole and then go. Because the torch would light up the hole, showing us how far we had to fall.
Sure. Let's try that. Restore. Oh, no, hit Y first. Oh.
Sorry.
It asks if you want to restart. Hit yes and then restore. Oh.
Okay, so restart.
Nope. Infidel.
Okay. Infidel.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Restore.
Pyramid torch.
Pyramid torch. I maintain that that's not a bad name.
Drop box map.
What are you eating?
Popcorn.
Popcorn? Why popcorn?
I have a bag of half cheese, half caramel popcorn.
Yeah, I cooked for like the first time in eternity, and it was very disappointing.
What'd you cook?
It was corn chowder. It was not my best work.
Didn't see
I
it.
actually that I legitimately pride myself in like my ability to cook.
Yeah.
And it wasn't working.
Just-
I don't know why. I've been through MSG in desperation. Didn't help.
Drop your sack.
I have MSG, by the way. What was that?
Drop your sack.
Drop sack. We're gonna.
I'm
save
sorry,
this.
guys. I am sorry, chat.
Why?
I'm
Why
sorry
chat? What chat do?
because I'm just eating popcorn. Nick is just talking about God knows what. I'm sneezing, blowing my nose. Like I am being an unprofessional host. We have a new person here. Zen Arcades.
I thought this was a part
Not-
of the charm.
Not seeing an indicative state of my stream. I'm being a terrible host. Zen, have you? If you're still here, if I haven't frightened you off, have you ever played an Infocom game before? I promise it's not this dull.
I think. What do you mean?
I love you, Nick. Look, you know I love you.
Have I been dull? Thought
No,
I've been
no,
interesting.
no,
I'm hurt.
no, Nick. You've been very
Those
interesting.
no's were not confident no's. Those no's were implied.
No, You're Nick.
Definitely not. No.
No, of course not. Oh, honey, no.
No, honey.
Sakura says it's not so much a lack of game. It's just a lack of brain. My brain.
So we drop stack.
Get
What do we
rope.
need? We need to get rope. I'm gonna save here. Okay.
No. Don't save here because we need to pick up the sack still.
Rope death. Okay, I see. Can I undo the save?
Just hit enter. It's fine. Okay.
Anyway,
Pick up sack.
pick
Get
up sack. Save.
No, you didn't pick up the sack. You said pick sack.
Son of a bitch.
That's not the game's fault, I might add.
I know. Get sack.
There we
Alright. Save. What were we
Rope death.
saving it
Rope
to?
death. Just save it, rope death. It's fine.
Pyramid
Why did
torch.
you make a save called rope death? That was 2 moves, and then you just save it as something else.
Because I was just trying to get back to pyramid torch.
Okay, tie a rope to altar.
Tie a rope to altar.
Throw torch north.
Throw torch north.
Look.
Okay. Look. Chamber of Ra. You are standing in
No.
the Chamber of Ra, tribute to the sun god. Even though the only natural light enters through the opening above, the room is brilliantly lit, as though the walls themselves generated light. The room slopes inward, and the walls meet at one point over your head. The heat of the desert filters down through the opening, and the air slowly circulates. The deep, long-dead, musty odors of the depths of the pyramid assault your senses. 4 staircases descend from here. We've read all of this.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Our torches here in our hand are still here. So get torch.
So it's like right in front of us?
Yeah. So get the torch.
Okay. So there's literally no way
Yeah.
to interact with that space unless we've solved whatever the problem is.
Yeah.
That's dumb. I don't like that.
Can you look north? Like, look north.
Please be more specific. Looking at, behind, under, through, inside, on, down. Fuck. Fudge you. I told you to look in a direction.
Look at the direction. Look at the north.
At north.
Okay. All right.
I'm not just mad that my solution to the puzzle didn't work. I'm also mad that I can't look at this danged hole.
Yeah. Huh.
Is that weird that angers me? I know there's a hole there. Why can't I look at it? Like, I have a torch. Because if I hit N, I die, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Why would that be the case?
So go north now. Let's see what happens.
Well, let's throw. Let's see if that changes anything. I don't think it does, but throw torch north.
We did that already.
Okay? I know we did, but we picked up the torch.
Yeah.
And we didn't go north.
Okay, go north now.
Go north. I'm sure we end up. This is BS. I don't like this.
But the fall is shorter than you thought.
Cut the rope? I don't know.
No, why would you? No.
So
we don't need to do this
We
yet.
have to find.
We don't need to do this yet. That's the answer. We don't need to do this yet.
I get that. But from a verisimilitude perspective, which maybe it's not even going for, that's bullshit.
Okay. So
I should be able to walk to the edge of a hole and look in it.
Yeah.
Do you disagree with me?
I don't disagree.
Like, the only reason I can't is because there's a different answer somewhere else that they want me to find.
Yeah.
So I have found a perfectly reasonable answer to their puzzle, but it is not the one they envisioned. So since it's not the one they envisioned, it is wrong.
No.
And I dislike that. Yeah, because their literal wording is... Their literal wording.
Do you want to know what happened, Nick?
What?
This is what happened. Are you ready? This is what it says.
Sure.
What we did was we walked to the north off the ledge. We fell while holding the rope.
Correct.
And it's not as long as the rope. Like, the rope is longer than the fall.
No, it's the opposite, John.
The rope is longer than the fall.
Is shorter than you thought.
Yes, as in...
The rope is longer.
Yes. Meaning when we walked off, we just walked off.
I understand that, John.
We're not climbing down.
But I have a torch. I have a torch in my hand.
If you're holding
I can walk
rope
up to the hole and drop into the hole to tell me how short or how far the fall is.
I don't know if you would know how long your rope was comparatively to the
rope down the hole.
Do you want to try that?
Maybe.
Hit yes.
Do you want to try that?
Sure.
Okay.
I hate it when we fight. Matawi, how are you today? How are you doing? It's good to see you, Matawi.
We're
restore.
having a disagreement.
Restore. No.
Yeah, sorry. Restore. Pyramid torch, is that right? Okay. What have we done?
Tie rope to altar.
Tie rope to altar. So, like, we both agree that the rope is involved in this puzzle. Like, it has to be. So the issue is the length of the rope. Okay.
How about
drop? Throw rope.
Down hole. Down hole.
Down hole. That's that. Come on. You gotta admit that's BS. Come on. Like, I can't walk up to a hole with a torch, see that the hole is there. Like, I can only walk into the hole.
How about slowly climb down north? I don't know. Climb down slowly. I don't know.
Climb down north. Since there are 4 staircases going down, you better... Which staircase is it, John?
Climb north slowly. Just say climb north slowly.
Climb north slowly.
Climb north.
Climb north.
Okay. Climb down north staircase.
climb down north staircase.
Nope.
You take a few steps down steep staircase when suddenly you lose your footing.
Wait. I thought we tied your rope.
What?
I thought we tied the rope.
We did.
This is telling us we didn't.
Okay.
Look at the rope. So it's 25 feet, it says. So let's look at the rope.
Look at rope. This rope is made of the finest manila hemp and guaranteed to hold at least 250 pounds of weight. There's about 30 feet of it. Oh, come on.
We can't cut any of the rope.
John, we tied the rope around an altar.
Yeah.
We then walked several feet. And somehow, when we fall through a hole that is 20 feet, 5 feet deep, it is still too long.
I agree. Holy smokes, we're getting a raid from Sakanako and Jordy. Were you guys playing Battletoads? I'm just gonna go on a limb. A 25-foot limb. And say you were playing Battletoads.
This is like, I understand that there's a different answer to this puzzle, but like from a verisimilitude perspective, this is crap.
I don't think you're wrong, Nick.
Because it refuses to allow me to walk around with a torch in front of me that would allow me to locate a hole that I would then fall into. It refuses to allow me to tie the rope around an altar and then to fall down into the hole with the rope and assess its length. Even though my rope is only 30 feet long, and some of that would have to be used in tying it, and then the hole is 25 feet long. Like, they didn't make it a ridiculous, 10 feet high, because then I wouldn't die. None of this makes sense.
None of this makes sense.
None of this makes sense. It's not like my rope is hundreds of feet long, and I grabbed it at the very end, jumped, and then impacted.
Well, I want to welcome our two wonderful raiders, Sakanako and Jordy GH. Welcome, my friends. It's a pleasure to have you playing River City Ransom. What a beautiful NES game. What a beautiful NES game. One of my favorite NES games. Beautiful presentation. The RPG elements. One of the great butts of 8-bit, beauty.
Oh. Like Hollow-Butt level of good? Or?
Oh my goodness, Nick. I mean, the NES isn't known for its butts. I mean, let's be honest. But, and that's a big emphasis on but, the character of River City Ransom can go take a shower. You see some butts. Pixelated butts. Beautiful butts. Beautiful.
Yes, we saw. I don't know what that bleep is.
Yeah, I know. You do not know what River City Ransom is. I know. Great game. It's a beat 'em up, similar to something like Double Dragon.
Pixel Butt Factory.
I'm on a Kunio-kun kick right now. Oh, man, Jordy. I go on a Kunio-kun kick pretty regularly in my personal life. I play all this stuff. The arcade game. The
I like
SNES
that the
one.
rope is made of hemp. That's nice.
Yeah, burn the rope. Would you want to try to tackle the cube then?
Maybe. So Sakanako, you've missed a lot. This stream has had many ebbs and flows. All of them my fault, and I'm so sorry, John.
It's okay, Nick.
I feel like this has been the worst co-hosting I've ever done.
It's okay. You're doing fantastic.
He doesn't disagree.
I think you're doing great.
Yeah.
You're bringing knowledge to the people.
I apologize for being on tilt. I've calmed down a little bit. But, this is a thing we've talked about with Infocom games, and I think parser-based games in general, is when you have, this incongruity between the person who's putting, I'm being thwarted by the parser itself. Except for in this case, I'm being thwarted by the puzzle maker, and I think the puzzle is bad.
Ghost407, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It is an absolute pleasure. Saturday nights are Interactive Story Saturday. We play all the Infocom games chronologically. We've gone through the first 9. We're on game number 10, Infidel.
Yep, and this is apparently the one that's got us stuck.
I'm going to look at the actual official manual, not the Masterpiece manual.
Why?
Because we've gotten information that was important previously when attempting to do this.
That's true. That is true. Yeah. So welcome to the stream where I just raged about the interaction between us and this hole.
No.
Do you disagree? Like, you said that you agreed with me, but I thought that was just to appease me to get me to shut up.
Oh, no, I agree, Nick. You're 100% correct. I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, like, you should not, under any circumstances, give me a rope to chop down a hole and then, like, refuse to give me the tools to figure out how to fall down said hole. Because I could also climb down the rope, but I don't think that's an option. Is it? Have we tried it? Did we try it?
Great question, Nick. Tie rope to altar.
Let's see if climb is a...
Tie rope to altar.
Tie rope to altar. Okay, it already has been.
No,
climb
it says,
down rope. Okay, throw rope north. Okay.
Now we climb. That's
down rope.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Nick, I'm so proud of you.
Never mind. I retract.
It's because
all of the angry words I said a moment ago.
Because we didn't do what you wanted it to do. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you right now.
Whose fault is this?
It's no one's fault. It's Fobody's fault. It's just a circumstance of us thinking we did something that we didn't do. That's all.
Yep. I got the parser to do what I wanted it to do, and now I feel smart.
You got it to do what you wanted it to do in the way that you thought you did.
Best Infocom game yet.
Best Infocom game yet.
Best Infocom game yet. So, we're in a circular room. You're in a strange round room which sits in the center of 4 hallways, because that seems to be the theme. Why wasn't this called hallways instead of Infidel? I don't know.
Oh my gosh,
These
is a
hallways.
pain in the app.
Yeah, it is. Especially now we have levels. That must be a pain in the boom. What? Why? So why is this called Infidel?
Because you pissed off your workers.
Because I kicked off some guys who happened to be Muslim.
And you're also an asshole.
Well, yeah, no, I'm an asshole, but, like, I get that. But, like, Egyptians didn't practice Islam. Most of the danged game has nothing to do with me being an infidel. So why is it called Infidel?
Because you're a horrible white human who's trying to loot a pyramid.
Yeah, but, like, I get that we're a horrible dick who's trying to loot a pyramid and who, through our cultural insensitivity, made some folks who practice the religion Islam angry.
You listened to the letter. You read the letter. You know.
Yeah, no, we're jerks. I don't disagree. But, like, is that how we named things? We named things off of, like, a barely relevant detail?
1983.
1983. Okay. Are you saying that the year is the reason why?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you get my objection?
We have learned so much since 1983.
Islam.
It's true. It has a lot to do with pyramids.
It has a lot to do with pyramids. It has literally nothing to do with Islam. Why are we using the word infidel?
The working title was Pyramid. It should have been Pyramid.
It should have been Pyramid. Pyramid makes perfect sense.
Ghost 407, what ones have you played? You're saying this is one of them I've never played. What have you played? And what ones do you like? I'm very curious.
Also, Sakura, thank you for welcoming them in. I feel like that's almost mean, because this is a dumpster fire given my presence.
I was alive in 1983. I can confirm as well.
I was not. I was very non-existent in 1983. It would take at least 9 years,
Nick,
for me to exist.
You're in a strange round room which sits in the center of 4 hallways. These hallways lead off to the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, like the spokes of a wheel. Above your head is a long tunnel which stretches up and out of sight. Descending from above is the end of a long rope. As you peer down the dimly lit hallways, you see that the doors in all 4 hallways are balanced halfway open. A large golden cluster sits on the floor. Sitting in the middle of the floor is a large statue. Nick, are you messaging me right now?
No, God no.
I don't believe you. I just got a message from you at 12:12 that says that you love me. I love you too, Nick. Sitting in the middle of the floor is a large statue about 2 feet shorter than you. It reminds you a little of Miss Ellingsworth.
Do we want to look at the statue?
Zorks and Hitchhikers were your favorites. Ghost 407, I must know, what's your favorite of the Zork games? I'm very curious. So we have been playing these chronologically. So, of course, we started with the Zork games, moved on to Deadline, Starcross, Suspended, Witness, Planetfall. Planetfall, Enchanter, and now this.
Yeah. Which so far has been pretty decently fun until so in the Reddit thread, am I the asshole? The answer was yes.
Yes.
We are the asshole. Where we thought that the puzzle was dumb, and in fact the puzzle was exactly what we thought it was.
Yeah. But Nick is a major fan of the first Zork game. He likes that one the most out of the 3 Zorks.
Is that? I think that changed.
Really? Did you like Zork 2 more?
It wasn't Zork 2. It was, what did we play most recently?
Enchanter's not considered Zork. It's in the Zork universe, but it's not.
Oh, okay. So we're speaking not Infocom games.
Of just the Zorks.
Of just the Zorks? Yeah, just Zork 1.
I'm a bigger fan of Zork 2.
I'm a New Hope guy. Like, I legitimately, to this day, love the New Hope. I think New Hope does an excellent job of introducing
Star Wars,
the Star Wars franchise. Yeah. And in the same way, I think Zork 1 does a very good job of introducing the Zork franchise. And I love the warts in Zork 1.
There's a lot of warts.
Way more than I think I love the warts of any other Infocom game.
I like Zork 2 more. The bank puzzle is a terrible puzzle, but outside of that, I felt that Zork 2 is really, really good.
I will say the bank puzzle is part of the reason why Zork 2, like, I remember to this day do not understand the bank puzzle. I don't understand it.
I feel like the bank puzzle in Zork 2 is almost unforgivable. Almost. If you just kind of putter around, you can get through it.
Yeah, because I remember, like, the dragon thing, which, oh god, the dragon puzzle
magical.
Was so good.
Magical.
Because it was so, like, the intuition they had on player psychology was superlative. They knew exactly what we would do with the Sword of Zork. They knew exactly what we would do. Yep. We were going to hit the dragon with our sword. They knew it.
Spoilers.
They knew it. And then they did something that went against our expectations, which is the dragon responded apathetically. Yeah. And we kept trying, and it didn't do anything. And then we left, and then the dragon followed us. And then we realized, like, it was brilliant. It made you feel smart, even though you didn't do
Zork 2
anything.
Is filled with that. Zork 2 is filled with those smart moments where you feel so smart.
And then it had the bank puzzle.
The bank puzzle, which is terrible. And then Zork 3 is just, it overstays its welcomes with all of its puzzles. Like, they're interesting puzzles, but they overstay their welcome.
I think Zork 3 is probably the best from a narrative perspective, but is the worst from a gameplay perspective. Like, there were moments where, like, okay, so the game's done, and I'm pretty happy with that. And then, like, oh no,
there's more.
Like, there's more. Okay, I try to solve that. I'm gonna struggle.
Wait, there's more.
Okay, I solved it. Okay, now we're done.
No, not done.
Not done. Not done. More.
This puzzle This puzzle has 5 steps.
Cool.
You know, it's like a puzzle needs like 1 to 3 steps. And Zork 3's puzzles were like 5 to 8 steps. Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay.
Especially because it vaguely implies that, like, if you get all the things, you are done.
You're done.
And you get all the things, and then you're not done.
And then it's like, oh, there's one more puzzle, and that puzzle is the most tedious puzzle in the world.
I would forgive that. I would forgive that puzzle if that were the end.
Yeah.
But it wasn't.
Oh, you're talking about the giant room one with all the description?
Well, no. So I guess I would even forgive. So I would forgive. So you get all the stuff, then you end up in a hallway that has the laser, right?
Laser puzzle, yeah.
Which took us actually shockingly long time to.
It was a good puzzle. It wasn't a bad puzzle. I liked the laser.
It was a good puzzle. It was a fine
puzzle. The laser puzzle was fun.
And then you have the very complicated, very Liebling-esque room.
I like this puzzle.
I appreciate,
a lot.
even though again, I to this day have difficulty envisioning how it works.
I had to write it out. I had to draw the room.
Yeah.
I had to draw the room in all of its parts and pieces.
And once we did it, I thought we would be done.
And it wasn't.
And if we were done, I think Zork 3 would factor far better in our minds than it does.
That's a great ending puzzle.
Yeah, we're like, okay, I did this really complicated thing. I get rewarded. We are finished. And then it keeps going.
And that ending puzzle, the final puzzle of Zork 3, is so tedious. It's so boring. It's like, we understand what we need to do. I understand what we need to do. But now I have to do trial and error.
In like 4 hours, right?
Yeah, we did. 4 or 5, yeah.
We did the whole, because that's also
sitting.
part of it, is that we just refused to stop the stream. We were like,
it
we're
kept
gonna
going.
finish it. We were so tired.
Yeah, we were pissed off. We were pissed off.
We were like, why isn't this done? We're like, clearly it should be done. And then it didn't finish. And then we're like, okay, well, we'll finish this real fast. And then we did. And we were like, okay, it should be done. And then it wasn't. And we're like, oh,
ATM
God.
Machine asks, have you played Mainframe Zork?
No.
I think...
do you know where to get it, John?
I think when we're done with the Infocom games, when we've played them all, that we play Mainframe Zork, yeah.
I want to play Mainframe Zork.
I really do, too.
I will say, so, like, I knew nothing. Except for maybe the name. And I'm going to be embarrassed to tell you where I knew the name.
Call of Duty, baby.
You know where I learned of the name of Zork, John.
What was Zork from review? Was it Call of Duty or no? Was it Call of Duty or no?
No.
Where'd you learn Zork again?
I learned about Zork, John, from Ready Player One.
Oh, God.
I know.
Oh, God.
I mean, it was a popular science fiction book. I'm interested in science fiction. I read it, went, not my jam.
Yeah.
Not my thing. And but like that was my first exposure to Zork. Like that's literally the first time I ever heard of Zork.
Yeah. Which
and
is
then
wild to
like
me.
years later, life circumstances, I'm living in your living room.
My
for
domicile.
a very brief moment.
Yeah.
In your domicile. And we decide to do this. And I'm like, yeah, that Zork thing, that seemed interesting. That's the only thing in like all of Ready Player One I really thought was cool. And yeah, this is what has panned out from there.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Probably know that it's got a bunch of puzzles that were later reused from Zork 2 and 3, and even one in Enchanter. Yeah, we saw the map for it, and it's just ginormous. It is. They were right to split it into 3 games and to rework the puzzles to make it 3 different games. It's the right choice.
I'd be interested to see. Like, I wonder how quickly we could get through it, because I mean, I have a pretty decent fidelity of the answers for Zork, especially Zork 1, because Zork 1 is pretty, you find the key and then you open the lock. There are some that are multi-step, but most of them are key lock. Like you dig a hole and then you find a thing.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see how much of that continues actually. Because I feel like the puzzle complexity got better in Zork 2 and Zork 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still like Zork 1 because Zork 1 respected my time a bit more than Zork 3.
Yeah.
But like from a pure puzzle, from an intellectual perspective.
Puzzle intricacy.
Yeah. Zork 2 and Zork 3 are better.
Zork 2 is the right balance. Zork 3 is a little...
Zork 2 has the proper balance.
Yeah.
Zork 3, I still think is more intricate and more interesting intellectually.
Yeah.
But wears you out.
It wears you out.
Even though I think it took us way longer to play Zork 1.
Well, it's because I love the time travel puzzle in Zork 3. I think it's great until the very final step, which I think is tedious, annoying, and obtuse.
But yes, like, it denies you. That's the thing. Like, it just...
denies everything. All the steps.
I think we talked about in our review in the Literary Pixel podcast. about the Zork series. The issue with Zork 3 is that you solve all of these minutia, and you get to like the end, and you're like, yes, I did it, and you have like that dopamine kick, and then Zork 3 kicks you in the throat, and it goes,
no. There's one more thing you got to do, and you're like, well, what do I have to do? And it's like, wouldn't you like to know?
And it's just like every puzzle is like that, and then the game is like that.
Yeah.
Every puzzle is like that, and
the hooded figure
of the game is also like that.
The hooded figure traversing through the lake, the stupid actual maze that they have, which was an interesting maze, but it was so annoying.
What was the maze?
The top-down maze where you had to put the book through the slot.
Yeah, no, that was actually, I think, the best maze of the three.
Best maze of the three.
Best maze of the
quote
three.
Unquote maze,
probably
yeah.
One of the best puzzles in that thing.
Yeah.
I liked the shadow figure puzzle.
I didn't like that.
I know you didn't like it. I liked it
because
I really liked the theming of Zork 3.
I like the theme.
And I would forgive so much of Zork 3 if it weren't for the fact that it didn't end sooner.
No, the hooded one, like I get it, but it was again one of those things where the feedback that it was giving you with its words was not sufficient.
Yeah.
It wasn't giving you the feedback and information that you needed to either know you're on the right track or not. And there was a lot of the game requiring you to trust the software. But the software is notoriously, untrustworthy.
Yeah.
And
that's the other complication is that whenever you're doing any of these games, you have to factor in that's like this moment where we were like, we can't get down the hole, right?
Yeah.
We keep doing all these things. Why the frick can't I get down this hole? It ultimately was a parser issue.
Yeah.
Because we never wrote like climb down rope.
No, throw rope north.
Throw rope north.
Yeah.
Like we never did that. We wrote hold rope and then go north.
Yes.
And we were like, this is dumb. Why can't I figure this out? Why can't I walk up to the hole?
You were more like this more than me.
Well, yeah, but you also assumed that we couldn't solve this.
Yeah, I thought we had to do something else. That would come up from the other end.
There's no way that we can't solve this with what we have.
Yeah.
We have all of the tools to solve this, and that's why I was enraged. And that is part of the problem. That is the weakness of parser-based games.
Yeah.
Is that because I don't even remember who wrote this. I need to look this up again because it was really interesting philosopher who was talking about language.
Yes.
And the meaning of language. And specifically, like when you're communicating effectively, when you say a word, it brings into the head of a person exactly the thing you mean.
Yeah.
But in reality, what ends up happening is you have a distortion of what you mean.
Yeah.
Right? So when I say pine tree, I have like the sort of my brain's platonic ideal of what a pine tree is, but that's not necessarily exactly the same as yours.
Yeah.
Now, for the most part, it's close enough that we're okay.
Yes.
Right?
But if you just said...
We are having a meaningful conversation.
Yeah, but if you just said tree...
Yeah.
We could
be talking about loads of different things.
Loads of different things.
Yeah. So the issue with text parsers is I come in with linguistic assumptions that the text parser, like the person who wrote this is of my culture.
Yes.
So we speak the same language. We have many of the same assumptions, even though they're significantly older than I am. But we come at it with very similar English skills.
Yeah.
But I still, when I say things, when I type into the text something, it means something. Like that's why I was getting ticked off at the knapsack.
Well, that's what made Planetfall a little more interesting. It was because when you were kind of close to what it wants, but not quite there, it kind of's like, you mean this, don't you, dummy? Like, it very much was kind of like, you can't do that, but maybe you should try doing it like this. Like,
it anticipated better where the programming of the software would run to issues with the language of the puzzler.
Yeah.
Like you would say, drink canteen, and it would be like, you can't drink an object, you idiot. And
Yeah.
you're like, okay, drink water from canteen.
Yeah.
Fine.
That's
right.
Yeah. That's stupid. Yeah.
And it's just like, I mean, it's a little frustrating that I have to do that. That happened here with the knapsack.
I want you to do something here, Nick. I want you to do something here for me.
You don't want to keep talking about the language.
Hit statue with pickaxe.
I haven't read this yet. So look at statue.
We're actually gonna type something
out
this
of
time.
Dark gray basalt, and it features resemble a woman at the height of her beauty. Most probably the ancient queen. The statue itself must weigh more than you do.
Yeah.
Do you want me to save first?
Yeah, sure. Pick queen. Okay. Hit
example?
Queen with pickaxe.
I don't know if they would have had access to lots of basalt.
Oh my god, Nick. Oh my god. That's a Nick.
It
That's
doesn't
a
know the
Nick
word
fact.
queen.
Statue. Hit statue.
Hit statue with pickaxe. I really liked the conversation we were having. I thought it was a good combo. The statue teeters, swaying and rocking back and forth, and falls over. Its top-heavy structure striking the floor with a dull, loud
head.
thud. As you look over the damage, you see the head has separated from the statue. Take head. You have the head. Is that it?
Look at the head.
Look at head. The head was once part of the magnificent statue of the queen. Do we think we have to show like the head of the queen to get like through it?
It may be a thing that you insert at some point. Insert that head.
Probably.
Go northwest.
Do I want to just look real fast, like in
Sure.
the space, to
Sure.
see if there's anything else we're missing?
A large golden cluster sits on the floor.
Oh. I don't think we had noticed that before.
That wasn't there before.
All right, look at cluster. Take cluster.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what golden cluster means.
I think it's a gold nugget.
Okay.
I think that's what they're trying to say.
Why not call it a
Gold nugget. Yeah.
That's a weird word.
All right.
Yeah, this is like so I think the reason I love interactive fiction is because when it's really good,
Yeah.
like it's like good writing.
Yeah.
When it's really bad, like there's a level of skill in like anticipating what your readership will understand.
Yeah.
And also like effectively communicating to the reader.
That's where Steve Maretsky, I think, does the best. That's what makes Steve Maretsky so interesting. I think that's what he does. He makes really interesting writing, good writing, but also helps convey to the player like what is and isn't important once you try to interact with it. But
because at this point we're out of Zork world where you have things that go into trophy cases and things like that. So presumably this golden cluster is meaningful somehow.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't even know what it is.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Golden in that it is vaguely gold, or like it is literally made of gold?
Is it literally made of gold? Yeah.
What do you mean by golden cluster? And when I look at it, it doesn't tell me anything that helps me with it. Like, is it literally gold? I want to know, but it won't tell me.
And like, what does it mean by like to say that the doors in all four hallways are balanced halfway open?
I think that instead of being all the way swung open, they're literally...
Just go northwest.
Like, there's just some strange...
Go northwest. Let's see what it does. I feel like this is a puzzle.
So as you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling. Oh, good. Oh, that's what it means, halfway open. It's
so
halfway
I
down.
see. The closer you come to the door, the further down the door descends until eventually it is close to the floor. Turn around, you can barely see beyond the circular room where an identical door has risen off of the floor an equal amount. So it's a counterweight.
Yeah.
When one's closing, the other one opens. Okay, so northwest hallway. Okay.
You are standing in the middle of the northwest hallway. The walls here are smooth and undecorated, carved out of granite. The hallway continues to the northwest and the southeast.
Okay. So we can go northwest then.
Northwest.
Hey, what are the walls carved out of?
Granite.
Hold on. See, this is where the writing becomes a problem. It begins to slide down from the ceiling, closing off any further bars. The closer you come to the door, the further down the door descends until eventually it is close to the floor.
Oh, we have to go... Oh, no, it says it continues to the northwest and southeast. What?
Go southeast, then.
That it actually tells us we can go northwest.
I know.
I don't understand. That's also not what I thought had happened. I did not think... Did you think we could get back to the circular room?
So when it says when you turn around, you can barely see beyond the circular room, where an identical door has risen off the floor an equal amount.
So when we step on there, there's a pressure. So when we walk, so when we walk through, the pressure of us being present causes the door to close in such a way that we can't continue forward.
So let's go southwest.
Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it's going to be the same case here.
So as you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling, closing off any further progress.
Okay, so the door in front of us, going to the southwest.
So we need to put a weight on one of these and then move forward on the other. Do you see what I'm saying? So maybe I'm mistaken, but like when we went north before, it started to close the door ahead of us.
Yeah.
So presumably the door behind us over here, where we are right now, was open, right?
So here's how it goes.
If we put a weight here, then the door to the north would be open, or vice versa.
What's going to happen is, if there's... So the doorways are even right now inside of this room when we are in the circular room.
Mm-hmm.
When we step in...
Yeah, they are even when we are in the circular room.
Yes. When we walk in...
There's only discrepancy when we are in one of them.
Yeah. So, here's my thought.
Do we have anything that's heavy?
I mean, I think you got to put something heavy in the northeast room to go southeast.
Why the northeast room specifically? Does it matter?
If you want to go to the southwest, think of it like the circular room, and all the rooms are.
If we specifically want to go southwest, but do we know which way we want to go?
No.
Okay. Do we care?
Don't.
Okay. Do we want to put the head maybe?
Why don't we drop all and just see what happens?
Okay, so let's go northeast.
Drop all first. Drop all and then just go northeast and see what happens.
Okay, I see. So drop all. Okay. So northeast and then north.
Oh, whoops! It is pitch black. Off in the distance, you hear hideous squealing and what can only be the sound of thousands of tiny clawed feet coming closer.
Yes. Yes.
Go says the head.
You might wonder why I say yes.
Go northeast.
Because
get eaten.
I love the crew.
I want you to get eaten.
Oh, when did we save?
We saved it right before this. Oh, go northeast. You have to move. There you go.
Oh no, an army of 11. Oh. Never mind. I'm less happy.
An army of 11 rats, starved for affection and food, leapt upon your body in a show of rodentine appreciation and devoured you.
Yes.
Yes.
That is upsetting.
Yeah.
Why does this game never have... That's interesting.
What?
All of the other games up to this point would be like... I mean, it would be some BS excuse.
It's because
like,
this is rooted in real life.
So you're like dead.
Yeah.
That's why it's saying it. You are functionally dead.
Yeah.
That's just annoying, though.
Yeah. Correct.
Like, I don't know.
Planetfall did the same thing. Planetfall did the same thing.
Did Planetfall?
Yes, it did.
I don't like that. I think I dislike that. And this is why.
Because in Zorik...
It's not like a roguelike where if I go through and I die, then, like, that is literally the end.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I can't get that character. I can't get that material back. That is all lost.
Yeah.
It's randomly generated. That path will never be traveled again, right?
Yeah.
I can literally just restart,
Yeah.
restore, and go back to my previous save. So all you're doing is wasting my time.
It's another step.
It's another step.
In the case of Zorik...
Why?
In the case of Zorik, there's instances, though, where, especially in Zorik 3, where failure at a certain point and it kicking you back to the DOS prompt was actually very telling of the puzzle.
Yes. No, and I liked that.
Yes.
I liked that because doing that was meaningful.
Yeah.
But here it's not meaningful. It just wastes my time.
It's another step.
It wastes my time. And maybe it's to discourage death.
Yeah.
But death
I
is
like
how
learning
I
through
learn.
death. I like learning through death. And a lot of people will say that learning through death is a bad thing.
Maybe this is why. This might be why. Like, literally, because it punishes you for dying.
Yeah.
Like, not just through death, but, like, forcing you to then restart and then restore rather than just restoring to your last save.
Yep.
Which I find very irritating.
Yeah.
I seem to be very opinionated.
Let's restore.
Restore. How many of these games have I played?
9.
9?
Beaten.
Do I deserve to have an opinion? Do I? Have I experienced enough of these?
Mm-hmm. Restore.
Pick Queen. Did we already pick her?
We didn't pick her yet.
All right. Do we still want to save where we don't hit her with the pick?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So we want to pick her and then save and pick Queen?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So hit statue with pickaxe. Cool.
Yeah,
Take
get head and cluster.
Take cluster. Save. You're cool with this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Northeast.
Northeast.
Yep, okay.
Aren't you happy we moved it to Saturday?
Yeah, I am.
Look at how not sleepy I am.
I know, you're very excited. I'm sleepy.
Can go for a while.
It says the march to the stone carver's tool. To go southwest.
Oh, does it? Wait. Where's that line? I missed it.
This is different.
Okay, so as you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling, closing off any further progress. The closer you come to the door, the further down the door descends until eventually it is close to the floor.
Yeah.
When you turn around, you can barely see beyond the circular room, where an identical room has risen off the floor. I think we're right. You are standing midway down the long northeast hallway. The high walls are undecorated, but bear the marks of stone. Oh, that's what it means. So it's unfinished, I think. So it's just that they've reserved the rock to form a hole, and we're seeing the tool marks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So go southwest and go southeast. I want to see what's in there real quick. There might be something in all this.
Southeast. As you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling.
The walls are polished to a smooth luster.
Okay, so this is probably the way we want to go. I would think this is the way we want to go. Because this is the fancy way.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The other way is unfinished. So it's the way they didn't care about.
What's southwest? Go northwest and southwest. Northwest, northwest and then southwest.
As you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins. You are midway from...
Unadorned and smooth.
Yeah, so it's the adorned one.
Okay.
I think it's the fancy one that we want to be open. So we need to put weight in the opposing corridor. Which would be the southeast.
No, I'm going to go northeast and then northwest.
Northeast? Northwest.
Do you think we could pull the statue in there? Maybe that's what we need to do. Because the statue's heavy, it said. But because we picked it, it's probably not nearly as heavy.
Pull statue?
No, we gotta go southeast, though, to...
Southeast?
Pull statue northwest.
Pull statue northwest. Okay, as you enter the corridor.
The push statue rests on the floor. Yep. So southeast?
Southeast?
And southeast.
Southeast. So you're midway down the southeast corridor. The corridor is undecorated. The wall is polished. The hallway continues. Wait. No. It gives us the same text.
The walls are now polished to a smooth luster, yeah. Go southeast and see what happens. So go northwest.
Northwest.
And northwest again.
Northwest. You're standing in the middle of a northwest hallway. The walls here are smooth and undecorated, carved out of granite.
It doesn't happen now, so watch and go northwest. No? Okay.
No, because the door, the reason it doesn't happen is because the statue has already triggered the door.
Oh.
Are we wrong? Or are we wrong about which door this unlocks? That's the question. So are we just fundamentally wrong about how this puzzle works? Or are we wrong about... What was that?
We've triggered...
Yeah, so at this moment we understand that the weight of us or something... there's like a panel on the floor that causes the doors to close.
Yeah.
We had assumed that if we put a weight on one side, that the door on the other side would remain open. Right?
Can we pull the statue?
Okay, where do you want to pull the statue?
Pull statue northwest.
Northwest.
It won't fit through the door, okay.
Because there's not enough space.
Crawl.
So the question is here. Is it the diametrically opposed one? Because that's where we have it, right?
Yeah.
We have one on the northwest and one on the and we were trying to go southeast, correct?
Well, yeah, let's go check.
Okay, so southeast.
Mm-hmm.
Southeast. As you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling, closing off any further progress. The closer you come to the door, the further down the door descends until eventually it is close to the floor. When you turn around, you can barely see beyond the circular room where an identical door has risen off the floor. This doesn't make sense.
No, because we're talking about in this room right now. So the closer you
mean?
come to the door, to the southeast,
Yes.
the further down the door descends.
Correct.
It closes as you walk towards it.
When we look to the northwest,
Mm-hmm.
you can see a door that has risen by an equal amount.
So I think we have to pull, or to move the I wonder if we can move the statue to like a corner. Yeah, to a corner of the room. That makes any sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So
like that it's at exactly where we need it to be.
Well, let's pull it into the southeast hallway. Right?
Okay. You don't have it right now. So we want to go northwest.
Northwest.
Is this the fancy room? What is the fancy
Southeast
hallway?
is fancy hallway.
Okay, so we don't really want it to be in the fancy hallway unless you think it's Jesus' chalice from the best Indiana Jones film. I feel like both of us have the wrong opinion. And that the best Indiana Jones film is
Temple of Doom, obviously. And Crystal Skulls.
Yours is the racist one.
And Crystal Skulls, too. I mean, that's fantastic.
Jesus Christ, no. Crystal Skull No, I
Oh
am
my
willing
gosh.
to accept. I am willing to accept your opinion about
Best.
Matrix 2 and Matrix 3. I refuse to accept your opinion about the Crystal Skull. The Crystal Skull is objectively a bad movie.
Wrong. Fantastic.
It is a bad movie. The CGI is garbage. The narrative is garbage. The whole thing is garbage.
MTM Machine's like, Temple of Doom's a remake of Gunga Din with Indiana Jones in it. Sign me up.
Temple of Doom needs to meet Edward Said.
Okay.
If Temple of Doom were a book, John, think about how much we would have ripped it apart. If it were a book based off of a video game, think about what we would have said.
If it was the Literate Cinema podcast, we could just read the book, which there is one.
There is a book, yes. Did you know that there are choose your own adventure books set in the Indiana Jones universe?
Young Indiana Jones?
No, both.
What?
Yeah, you can play Indy in a choose your own adventure novel. I've been really tempted to get them.
Fascinating.
But I'm already literally overflowing. Even the one shelf that we've dedicated to video game related books for our podcast has books stacked on top of books at this point.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you know how many books I have? Do you
I
how
don't
many
know.
books I moved from Michigan to Philadelphia with?
1 million.
It wasn't 1 million.
I farted.
Over 800.
Wow.
I now have over 1,000. I haven't recently counted, but I know that it is definitely over 1,000.
Let's test this theory then. I had some of the Young Indiana Jones novels as a kid. Some might have been choose your own adventure ones. Nice. So go northwest.
Okay, so we're going northwest. Okay.
So
we want to move the statue to the far end?
Yeah, move statue to north.
Push statue.
No, move statue
Move statue.
to southeast corner.
Southeast.
No, to southeast corner.
Yeah, it doesn't know that. Move statue SE. So you were in a strange what?
The pushed statue rests on the floor.
Oh, I
Let's
didn't.
see.
Okay. Yeah,
The
so now we're
balance
just in a circular room. Is that why did you want it there?
So we might have to have this. Might be like a lock situation.
I don't think it's a. I feel like we have the key. I feel like we have the key, and there's just because the way it is, the thing it is communicating to us is that when we step on one floor, a door in front of us goes down, and a door behind us goes up.
That leads back.
No, because that can't lead back. It has to be further across.
Listen. We're walking into the southeast room. All right?
Mm-hmm.
We are at the northwest door leading back.
Let's go to the southeast room. As you enter the corridor, a huge stone door begins to slide down from the ceiling, closing off any further progress. So we cannot go forward. So the door in front of us is closed.
Yes.
The closer you come to the door, the further down the door descends until eventually. So the door in front of us still. Eventually.
Yes.
It is close to the floor. When you turn around, you can barely see. So we're not talking about a door before the circular room. We're talking about one across the circular room, because you can see beyond the circular room where an identical door has risen off the floor an equal amount.
Yes.
So that means that a door that is diametrically opposed to this door has risen because of our weight.
Yes.
So that means if we put a weight here, that a door should remain open over there.
So when we push the statue, it doesn't tell us the thing. And then when we leave the room, it says that they're all
also assuming that
even.
the statue is equal to our weight. We could be wrong. We don't necessarily know how large the statue is.
It said it was really heavy.
It did. But, I mean, really heavy doesn't necessarily mean that
Well,
it's
look at the statue. Go
heavier
northwest
than
and
me.
look at the statue. Northwest and look at the statue. How's it going, Dwarven Dad? It's good to see you, my friend.
He's been here for a while.
He's popping back in.
I dropped it. So the statue lies on the floor, its head broken off. In this state, the statue weighs a little less than you. That's John. We took the head off, John. We've been carrying the head this entire time. John.
I'm thinking. Hit statue with
Do
pickaxe.
you not get what I'm saying?
Hit statue with pickaxe.
Why?
Hit this. Oh! Oh, we put it
That's
back
what I'm
on.
saying.
We put it back
made
on.
it less heavy.
Because we couldn't carry it. Or couldn't move it. With the
Oh, yeah, but now
so,
we can move it, so we move it and then we drop the head.
yeah. You're right. You're right. So, pull...
Okay, pull statue.
Northwest.
Northwest. Okay.
Drop head.
Drop head.
Now southeast.
Hell, drop all.
No, just
Southeast.
go. Yeah. Now it says.
The other two are half open.
Notice that the door to the northwest is closed, while the one in the opposite hallway is all the way open. So now go southeast.
Southeast.
Risen to the
midway down
ceiling,
south-
counterbalanced by the door in the opposite corridor. Now southeast.
Yes!
That's what looking at the statue does, Nick! You're fucking brilliant. This is why I fucking love text adventure games. I don't get so goddamn jazzed by this right now. I was ready to fall asleep. I'm so goddamn
Wait, you're
jazzed.
tired?
I'm exhausted.
I did have 3 glasses
And
of whiskey.
I think
it does to me the opposite of what it does to other people.
And I think you're absolutely right that this is the room to go into. It's the finished room.
Yeah. So this is the room of Neath.
Okay.
We're standing in the room of the protective goddess Neath. This room seems dark and mysterious with its decorations of inky blue lapis lazuli and jet black obsidian. Gold scrollwork defines an area on one of the walls, in the center of which is the symbol of Neath. Below this, you can see some hieroglyphs etched into a beaten gold panel. There is a door in the northwest wall leading out of the room. On an opal cluster, glistening with the light of 1,000 fires, lies on the floor. So take cluster, right?
Yeah.
Take cluster. Look at hieroglyphs.
Look at yeah.
All right. Go nuts.
Oh boy. Okay, let me see.
Now the shape is interesting. I will
Yeah.
say, because none of them have really had.
Shape like this.
Yeah.
Well, the ant symbol like that is not queen.
Yeah, which is what all of them have started with so far.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I think overall this is a good game. I like this game.
None
I'm
of
having
this.
fun.
None of this is stuff that we know.
Good.
Hold on. To and toward. We got to and toward is part of it.
I think we need to figure out other pieces of text, and then from there we can figure out what the other terms mean. So we have like some of the hieroglyphs, and we're gonna have to. I don't think there's gonna be a moment where it's gonna give it to us. I think we have to figure it out on our own. And then as we figure it out, we'll be able to piece together the ones that have less of the text that we already know.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. That's the impression I'm getting, because we're getting lots of hieroglyphs and we're not getting any that help us to understand ones that we've seen in the past.
Well, that's the thing, is that so like it's going from the symbols from top, left to right, from top to bottom.
Yeah.
We don't know. And then the other one is it's not toward. I would guess away. because it's the opposite of facing the opposite direction. It's
Is
going
it
the
telling
opposite
us
way.
we went the wrong way?
No. And then 2 to the... So, like, my guess then is if all is double parentheses, you know, like 2 left parentheses, 2 right parentheses next to each other, that, I'm guessing, is half to the... I don't know what this means. And then I don't know what that means.
Do you mind if I look at the score?
Yeah, we're 110 out of 500.
Well, but I'm curious what the...
with the
out
ranking.
of 500, you already knew that?
Yeah.
We're 20% the way there.
Yeah.
That's respectable. Given that I talked about beef tallow for a while there.
Oh, for a long while. An excessive
A long
amount
while.
of time.
Imagine what it sounds like listening to you talk about Miss John.
Oh, Nick.
Exactly as beautiful as me talking about beef tallow.
It is beautiful. I will say that your chatter is beautiful. I do actually genuinely appreciate it. You provide something to this stream, Nick, that no other human being can.
A weirdness.
One that I appreciate. You're invaluable.
You're invaluable as well.
Aww.
I don't know if this has been... See, you always get the advantage of saying these gushy things first, and then I just confirm it for you. That obviously I think the same.
Aww.
I don't know, it just hasn't...
You're my
it
best
just
friend.
hasn't- You're my best friend.
Hold
You're also going to be the best man at my wedding, whenever the hell that happens.
Mm-hmm.
I am engaged. That's not just a random thought. I have proposed to a woman and she did accept. And John has also accepted being my best man.
Aww.
This is all things that we knew, but you didn't necessarily.
Aww.
What's happening right now? What are we doing?
I kind of want to restore
Okay.
and drag it and check out the other rooms and see if there is something
Okay.
different.
You can do that. Pick queen. We've already hit her, right?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Hit statue with pickaxe.
Oh, no, we did. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have the head? Is the question.
Yeah, we have the head.
Okay.
Pull statue southeast then.
Pull statue southeast.
The wiki says the game was shipped a rubbing and partial translation of a limestone tablet. So we have that. We do have the partial translation of a limestone tablet. We have that.
Yeah, that's the. So we're trying to use that partial translation to help us
Figure out
some of these things.
Yeah.
So drop head.
Yeah.
Head dropped. Okay.
Northwest.
Northwest. Northwest hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Northwest. Room of... Oh, okay, so maybe all of these matter. This was the one that was carved out of granite. It's undecorated. You have entered the room of the protective goddess Nephthys.
Mm-hmm.
The walls here are cut from pink granite, elaborately decorated with bright red, carnelian, and pale yellow feldspar. Ooh, nice. Along the northeast walls are panels of beaten gold, and midway up this wall, under the winged symbol of Nephthys, you can see some hieroglyphs. To the northeast, an opening has been cut in the thick granite wall. A large diamond cluster. Okay, so maybe we need to get into all of them.
So let's look at this one. Look at the...
So technically we haven't gone into the other one and gotten that cluster, correct?
Correct.
Okay, do we want to take the cluster?
First look at the hieroglyphs.
Look at hieroglyphs. Look at hieroglyphs.
Very
There you
different.
are. They are, in fact. They're vaguely pyramid-shaped, but I think that might just be an accident. Question: are these aren't phonemes?
What do you mean?
These are pictographs.
What does that mean?
So, for example, in our language, A, B, C, or D does not convey an idea,
Yeah.
right? They convey a sound.
Like the 4 dots on the right side is the word and.
So these are pictographs.
Correct.
Pictographs are going to convey an idea versus a sound, or an idea and a sound. So the top is probably Nephthys.
You think so?
Guess. That's my guess. That like each one, does the top have any correlate in your?
No.
Running?
I mean, Queen uses that symbol in the middle, right? And the Queen had exclamation points surrounding that symbol.
Yeah. So the trouble with using, I mean, to be fair, this isn't a legitimate hieroglyphic language, so that wouldn't actually. This is probably overthinking it. But the trouble with using non-phonetic language, like, for example, when I took Mandarin in high school and didn't really learn anything.
What
but when I took Mandarin in high school, the difficulty with Mandarin, from like an English speaker perspective, is that like I can't look at. So like if I see the word biology and I know what bio means and I know what logos means, then I can figure out what biology means.
Derive the root meaning of where it comes from and what it really means. Yeah.
Yeah. In Mandarin, that often isn't possible because you have two words that have, I mean, very culturally rooted associations with each other that then ultimately, if you only know the root and you don't know anything else of them, like you look at that symbol and it means pig, and this other one and it means this, it can mean something fundamentally very different. For example, I think turkey is fire chicken.
Yeah.
So if you see fire and chicken, that doesn't help you know that it's turkey.
Really. Yeah.
Like I wouldn't, if I literally translated it, I'd be like, is it a phoenix?
I won't say that this is as complex.
Probably not. I'm sure this isn't a conlang. Are you familiar with conlangs?
No.
Conlang is the fancy linguistic term for constructed languages.
I think these hieroglyphs are just English words rendered into ASCII pictograms.
Yes. That's what's happening here.
Yep. But I feel like there's a puzzle. We're not going to get a Rosetta Stone.
Right. So do you think that the puzzle is trying to parse... Do we think that the puzzle is trying to parse what these symbols mean based off of the context that we've been provided? Or do we think that there is something else? You did say, I don't think we're going to get a Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
But, like, that's the trouble that I'm having here, is that, like, it's not necessarily straightforward how you would interpret... So, like, tell me, when did the @ symbols come into play?
Only when mentioning the Queen.
Only when mentioning this Queen. How many are there?
1.
So it's normally one @ symbol, and that's it? Or...
Yep. It's a
what
@
do
symbol.
parentheses mean?
It's an @ symbol surrounded by 2 exclamation points.
Okay, what do parentheses normally come with?
2 parentheses. Two
like
left,
a left and right parentheses.
2 left and right parentheses. 2 of them. Means all.
Means all. Like, what the hell does that mean? Maybe, like, it's possible. But, like, we have 4 queens and, like, half all.
Yeah.
What does that mean? I feel like there has to be a Rosetta Stone. Because otherwise, I'm just not... I personally, I will say, up front, I could throw my brain at that puzzle for months.
So, you'd have to look at these
I'm not
pictograms.
bright enough
So, for
for that.
instance, right? An arrow pointing to the right says through. Right?
Yeah, so I'm assuming an arrow pointing to the left is away.
Yes. And I bet you the little star is a gem of some kind. So that's saying take
Where's
away...
the star? What are we calling the star at the end?
At the end of that arrow. It's saying take away the diamond of Nephthys.
So you're agreeing that the ats are probably Nephthys?
Yeah. And then,
What do we know what $! Exclamation point $! Means?
no. The exclamation points is used in both instances around the queen's, which was the at.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no equals. We don't get any equals here.
Backslash?
Backslash is to/toward.
To or toward. So we have one that says away.
Yeah.
Toward the other one?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's not what this means. Maybe we don't have this piece yet, this information. Get the diamond cluster. That's what happens.
Take cluster. No feedback.
Yeah, southeast.
Southeast.
Then can you go southeast again?
Let's move the statue. What?
We can't.
We can't?
Yeah, go southeast. Then go southeast again. Oh, you can. Okay. So, no, take head.
Where do you want to push it?
Northwest. And then pull statue southwest. Drop head.
Okay.
Northeast. Northeast. Northeast.
All right. So
look at the hieroglyphs.
You were standing in a small room. Well, I wouldn't read all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
I don't think we've been in this room before.
Yeah.
You were standing in a small room, that of the protective goddess Selkis. There are red, blue, and green patterns on the walls, formed from small glazed tiles. Ooh, cool. That have been carefully arranged in order of shade. The darkest tiles border the floor and become lightest near the ceiling. On one wall, inscribed in beaten gold panel, is the symbol of Selkis. So it is the symbol of Selkis, under which you can see some hieroglyphic text. An opening through the southwest wall leads out of this room. A beautiful ruby cluster, sparkling like fire, sits on the floor.
So look at the hieroglyphs, yeah.
There we go. That's Queen, isn't it?
Nope. Queen is a singular one surrounded by him. It's saying the same thing.
Oh my god, what if it's an order? What if it's an order? What if there's one that has one at?
Hold on. So Nick,
we have four, right?
Nick.
Yeah.
There's a commonality between all of these things. You're right. There's one at, there's two ats, there's three ats, there's four ats.
And there are four of them.
Yeah.
So there's an order.
Also, I want to look at something else. So if you go southwest and then southwest and southwest, get the head. And then pull that to the northeast room hallway. And again. Drop the head. Don't read the... go southwest. Don't read the room yet. Read the hieroglyph first, please. Okay. Yep. Learn some things. You're right. It is an order. So all the symbols, Nick, are the same in all of the rooms, with the exception of the number of at symbols, right? Mm-hmm. And the fourth symbol on that second row, or the first like full row of stuff, that changes, and that is a direction. That's southwest room. The other one was a line, the same kind of line, but the dot on the northeast portion of that line.
Okay.
So those are room directions.
Okay. So the question is, are we just moving the clusters?
No.
Pick up a cluster and rotating them through?
No. I don't know necessarily what it wants us to do.
Okay, so let's read.
So I feel like it's a situation where we have to take the things in the right order, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
Mm-hmm. So this is the room of Isis. I used to have a cat named Isis.
Right.
She was very sweet.
Been at Twitch. How's it going? Welcome to the stream, my friend.
Hello.
We're about to wrap it up. I'm exhausted.
So this is the room of the protective goddess Isis. You stand in amazement in the center of the room as thousands of tiny lights twinkle around you. With great surprise, you realize that the light from your torch is being reflected by the mirror-like surfaces of innumerable quartzite chips. These are set artfully into red clay panels in the walls and are surrounded by shiny red jasper fragments. On the southwest wall, under the winged symbol of Isis, some hieroglyphic text is inscribed in a gold panel. To the northeast is an arched opening, and looking through it, you can barely make out a hallway. Lying on the ground is a brilliant glowing emerald cluster. Okay, was there an emerald room?
Oh, this is a great question. What color is this one?
That's my question. I'm wondering if we're meant to start at one room, take a cluster, move left, drop that cluster, take the next cluster, move again, take that cluster, drop the cluster, move again, and take the cluster and drop the cluster.
Shiny red jasper. So, like, I'm thinking the ruby goes here? Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that we go 1, 2, 3, 4, and so long as we go in that order, we will take cluster, drop cluster, take cluster, drop cluster, take cluster, drop cluster, and then come back to one, take with the last cluster we had picked up, and then drop it, right?
Yeah.
We're going to have to return back to one. And then, like, something will happen.
Yeah.
I assume.
Yeah.
And we now know the order of it. I don't know if we want to do it, because it's late and you're tired.
Hold on.
It's up to you.
An Isis crystal is a clear quartz crystal with a 5-sided face, similar to the path of the planet Venus through the heavens. What were the other ones? What were the other things here? What were they? Do you remember what the name of the other? Oh, the other name of the rooms.
There was an opal one.
Room of Nephthys.
Nephthys, yeah.
Nephthys, God. Gems.
And there's like Selkis.
Must include gemstone.
Yeah, no, hello, Bane of Twitch. I don't know if I've ever seen Bane of Twitch before.
Oh yeah, I just woke up from a nap not long ago. Sorry, Mr. Stream. No worries, dude. Yeah, we do have to sadly wrap this up.
I'm here for Interactive Story Saturday.
Interactive Story Saturday.
Or Interactive Fiction Friday, back when I would fall asleep in the middle of our streams.
And that's gonna be me right now, and it's also past our stream time normally.
Nah.
Yeah.
But I'm wired.
I know.
I'm wired. The whiskey has hit the system, and the body is doing the thing it shouldn't do.
Yeah.
Have I told you that's how I react? I mean, I guess you've seen it. Like, I get weirdly jazzed.
You may have known him by Trash Boy. Nick. You remember Trash Boy?
I do remember Trash Boy.
Boom, there you go.
Hi, Trash Boy. How you doing?
Bit of Twitch, come on. All right, let's go find somebody to rate, Nick. I'm exhausted.
Okay. I'm gonna save.
You don't need to save because we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna tackle this one when we come back next week.
I'm gonna go ahead and close out then.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what will be shared.
I'm on full screen. You're fine, Nick. We're on full screen.
Let's see. I'm gone. They can't see me anymore.
You can't see you. No, I'm sorry, Nick.
That's fine. My hair looks like crap anyway.
Let's see who's on.
I did not realize how hectic it was.
It's crazy.
It is quite bad.
All right, let's see.
Have a good night, Sakura. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, get some rest, Sakura. I'll see you, soon. I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, it's good seeing everyone. I'm happy to see y'all in my capacity as co-streamer and not just as audience.
Let's go raid Cobra Commanda. They're playing Skies of Arcadia on original hardware on the Dreamcast. That's a fantastic game.
Yep. Thank you for watching, Hash.
Yeah.
Good night, Dirt Nap Nub. Also, thank you.
That's right. Cobra. Make sure I spell this right. _ Commanda. Alright, so we'll be back on Monday playing EverQuest. MMO Mondays. So we'll be playing EverQuest Monday night, 8 p.m. Eastern. New podcast drops for the Illiterate Pixel podcast tomorrow. Check it out. It is very funny. And very informative. Start of a new season. Things have changed.
That's what we shoot for.
Yeah, we try to.
Shoot for informative and funny.
Yeah.
I can't promise we land on it every time.
I can absolutely promise we don't land on it every time. And then Wednesday and Friday are more Shining the Holy Ark. And then we'll be back here again next week on Saturday. Nick, we're making progress. We made good progress, I feel like.
I like these puzzles. These puzzles jive with me a bit more.
It took me a second to find out what the puzzles were.
Yeah.
To identify the puzzles, but now we're starting to make some major headway, surprisingly. And you made some great revelations, Nick. I really appreciated the hard work you did on this one. You don't think you did. You got distracted.
And all of the distractions I provided.
But I feel like you participated far more in the puzzle solving of this game because you really like the idea, the setting.
Yeah. I like the setting. I'm not a big fan of looting, but
Well, All right, well, Nick, I'm going to say goodnight. I'll see you guys on Monday. Maybe I'll have a haircut. Maybe one day I will. Look at me.
I need one badly. I've been thinking sort of vaguely mohawk.
You have hair, though. So, you got options. What? Look at me. Look at this. It's just, I am a raggedy-ass person.
You're an attractive man, sir.
I'm a raggedy-ass person. Let's just be honest.
I mean, my hair is quite weirdly voluminous, but I've been thinking shaving off all sides, sort of going mohawk. Not full-on Liberty spikes or anything. I don't know. We'll see.